When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Anti-White Beth Lavin thinks you are a fragile coward if you are white and you defend yourself. By that standard, I wonder how much fragility and cowardice she would show if we're the Jewish people who were demonized. We'll look into it. Amran article by a redeemed man of the West. Very exciting stuff. Matt Gaetz gets a gab full of white positivity. Mark Dice entering God mode. Baldur is with us for about 30 to 40 minutes to discuss his translations. Very excited about that. Going free lesson of the day. The words anti-white and anti-whiteism. Confronting, challenging, and dispelling anti-whiteism. And a few powerful meme curatives. Of course, your comments and calls. And all you adult children out there, please cover your ears, as this one is for your parents and your guardians. You turn the corner and you hear the following conversation. "Give it to me, give it to me," she yells. "I'm soaking wet." "Yeah, honey," he responds. "Beg all you want, but I'm keeping the damn umbrella." It is just after 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., 7 a.m., I think, roughly in Sydney, 10 in London, and right after midnight in Moscow. And we are going free. It's wonderful to be with you all once again. Feeling better slowly, not quite there, but we're getting there. Every day is a little stronger, a little better. It is magnificent to see you all. Let me say a quick hello to everybody who is here. As I turn to my right, I see the magnificent Reptile is with us. Great to see you, brother. So is bass guitarist and Southern Bloom. And the epic champion, Ford Null, is with us. I'm going to jump to the top and see who is here. Looks like the sweet lady Carlisle Cockatoo was first to the live stream. Hello, dear lady. And we have Azimuth Clark and No White Gill Clips, the magnificent champion doing great things these days. Promethean Promulgation here as well. Stronger Than Evil, great name. Montana Kid, hello to you and welcome, welcome. And Stace is here, and the great Austin 316 is here every single time. And Jerome V, the one and only, great to see you all. And I'll continue keeping an eye out at the live chats over the course of the gathering today. Hungarian Spectator and Rollo and Jack and so many others have shown up early enough. Brad C, great to see you, brother. Early enough to catch what is almost always going to be the information everybody else wants and misses. Of course, that is the case. Great to see you all. We'll chop the best information off so that you have to be here at the very beginning to see. Let's see who's over here on D Live. Remember to tag me as nowhitegill.org. As nowhitegill, or you can go over to nowhitegill.org, and there you can click on the financial gifts tab, and you can financially gift with a cryptocurrency, and you can also snail mail me. Looks like over here on D Live, I see Sterling Price. A big hello to you, and Electric Dog, hello and welcome. And what about over here on Odyssey? If you have any questions or comments over the course of the gathering, you can pop them into the social media platform of your choice that we are streaming on, or you can jump on over to Entropy, which is up and running. You can post your comment or question there in the question widget or Talk Heaven widget. And once there, it will not disappear unless you or I delete it. And or you can financially gift over there at a cost of 15% to you. You may also financially gift on Odyssey. And it does appear that the stream is up and rolling now on Odyssey. Western Renaissance is over there. And Question Everything are both over there. A big hello to the both of you. And we did have on this past week's tap with James Hake a financial gift from White Healing, and I missed that. But thank you so very much for your financial gift, brother. I will be keeping an eye over there over the course of the stream. You can financially gift with their cryptocurrency library tokens, I think they're called, or in greenbacks, American US dollars, which are never going to go bad, despite what people say. I've been listening to it for 3 decades. Tired of it. You may also financially gift at Cash App at no cost to you. Odyssey, I think, is 15%. And unless you go below, I think, $5, no cost to you over there on Cash App. You may financially gift. The URLs for both are in the description below. And over the course of this past week, we had an anonymous financial gift. Let's get our raucous emojis together to celebrate in a big way this anonymous financial gift. And thank you so very much to the financial gifter who financially gifted a testimonial sum of $407. $407. Thank you so very much. And that's a testimonial, ladies and gentlemen, to the success of going free in the service that we are presenting and gifting to our brothers and sisters all across the West, which we are, of course, happy to gift to them, and so happy to be here with all of you. I will swivel around this way because I think we have, you know what I'll do? It's the beginning of the month, so why don't we go ahead and run through the honors roll call, starting off with the All-Stars, so we can just keep those raucous emojis going that we had for the anonymous gifter. We started off this week with an anonymous gift of $407. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. It is the liquidity that enables us to move forward, because that is what the world runs on. We're going to begin though with the all-stars of the honors roll call, and we start off with the biggest of the big, I think, here with White Healing and Final Blossom and Joseph. And let's see who else we have here in the all-stars. We have George as well in the all-stars segment. And we also have a Child of Lindbergh in the all-stars segment. And if we come across any more, I will happily share their names. These are people who, of course, are financially gifting, many of whom financially gift over the course of the month, but this is an automatic withdrawal. And so we are very grateful to them for that. We have Rockford Trader is there. Farrell is there. Save Western Civilization Now, as well as King Petrus and Brad C. You said hello to Brad just a moment ago. Great to see you, brother. And we have Jay as with, thank you so much, brother. And DB Cooper, Michigan Wave, as well as Crux and Wingit and Ben, Diane, as well as Roscoe and Summarizing, All-Star, George, and Chris, and Checking on Jack, DevPav, as well as Mac, and a user with a pound sign. And who else do we have here to celebrate on the honors roll call? We have Scott and Ivilian. Thank you both very much. We also have W.K. Hendrickson and Liberty Battle as well. And Jacked, great name. Thank you so very much. And rounding out the top, we have here Phil and Southern Bloom, who is here. Thank you so very much. And Paul, as well as Ruins in a Landscape and Uncle YH, thank you. Tamara and Greg A. Promethean Reckoning as well. Casual Sailing. Ronald, thank you so much. Deborah and Sarah, thank you so much. Hungarian Spectator, which is also here. Thank you so much. Hello. William and Toward Sane Order. Thank you so much. Yes, Jay as well, and Jacqueline, as well as Starshine Girl, Greg, Rue Jash, and Jim, and Greg M in this case, Jason, Saiban, and Omar as well. Keishi, hello and thank you. The great Dainty Brighton in the Kawipper. And finally, we round out the top with John G. Raucous round of emojis for every one of these colossal champions who are financially gifting on a monthly basis automatically without having to think about it, many of whom are also financially gifting on top of these financial gifts over the course of the month. A dear thank you to every single one of you, champions of Western civilization. Who here is with us? I see that Jilly is with us. Hello to you, sister. And I see that Elaine is with us. Great to see you as well, sister. Patman is here. The great Franklin is here. I think my screen left on me. I think Hoodservative is here. Hello, if you are. No Guilt, Only Pride. Hello and welcome. TJ, great to see you as well. And Drop P is here. Hello and welcome. Art is Life. Welcome, sister. Wonderful to see you. I will shut that down because I want to swivel right around. Now, if you would like to financially gift using a cryptocurrency, as I was saying earlier while I was trying to fix Odyssey, is that you may head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Head on over there, and you can click on the financially gift tab. You will see my snail mail address, and you will also see the cryptocurrencies that we accept. And even though cryptocurrency has largely taken a serious nosedive, many of the different cryptocurrencies, you can still do a lot of good at least for the foreseeable future. So we thank you, every single one of you. And we turn now to the great I Love Jesus Christ, who is in here before everyone else over on Cash App, financially gifting $10. And she says, for white well-being. Thank you so much, sister. I really appreciate that. And it is always great to see you in the live chats here in service to white well-being. We're going to have on Baldur coming up here real soon. Why don't we get started or keep the momentum going with our I would say our friend. I mean, we don't know him, of course, but a great champion in service to the good of all people. And that is the one and only Mark Dice, who has taken it upon himself to speak to the near 2 million subscribers that he has, as well as far beyond, because his comments, of course, are influence other content creators, and then they end up, let's see, what is it? This one? Yes, it is. And they end up influencing many, many more. So we're talking about many millions of people are being reached with, at this very moment, with anti-white, anti-whiteism that we have been fervently putting into use for our brothers and sisters and everyone out there who wants to contend with the evil that is taking down Western civilization and destroying things for everyone who lives here. They all do it in the name of anti-whiteism. So we'll take a quick look at this. This is one and only. Remember to give this guy a follow and support him as best as you can. Looks like everything is operating properly. So I will do this. We will listen to some of this. This is the one and only, just 2 days ago, I think. 2 days ago. So it's a brand new video by Mark Dice.
Sadly, however, no brand name conservatives are using the word anti-whiteism, which accurately describes what's going on. Instead, they're still using the term critical race theory, which...
And he points out, we don't have the time to go through it, but he points out just before this about the use of the anti-white slur racist, and how it is, of course, defined to demonize only white people. That's the only white people can do something called racism. And so it is the definition of racism that matters is the one that's in the functional definition, the one that's in everybody's heads, not what's in the rule book. And so it's totally immaterial. It's the definition, the functional definition is in corporate codes. It's written into laws of counties, states, and federal governments. So it is pure asininity to continue to try to use this word to be something that anybody can do. It is purely an anti-white slur, an anti-white weapon that is used to make immoral the act of defending white people from victimization. So instead, we use anti-white, anti-whiteism. And so Mark continues now.
Only obfuscates what's actually happening. Calling anti-whiteism racism is only playing into their semantical tricks. You've heard of anti-Semitism. Now you've heard of anti-whiteism. Start calling it out when you see it. Anti-whiteism like this. Some more news.
We won't watch this because this is too infuriating for me. But he's pointing out that this is an act of another act of anti-whiteism. It's of course this so-called comedian says that the numbers show, the data shows that white people are going into an absolute minority state in the United States. And the mores of the day, because we are underneath of the anti-white narrative, are anti-white. The moral structure of the country of the West is anti-white. And as a consequence, this sick audience celebrates, they applaud that white people are being white erased from a civilization that they created. Western civilization only exists in us. And they celebrate that. That's anti-whiteism. It's no good trying to call it racism or any of these other things, because all you're doing is empowering the concepts that the anti-whites have used to defeat Western civilization. I do want to point out, because it's so easy to pass over the successes that we have in service to white well-being that are colossal, especially easy to just overlook them. because of what is perceived by way of inertia of the way things have been done wrong and in a failed way for so long, to just pass these sorts of things over and not acknowledge, not realize the level of success, the level of importance, the concept, racist and racism and white supremacy and all of this other stuff. This is what defeated Western kind. This is what has turned Western civilization over to those who wish to destroy us. And I'm going to be reading an article from one Bess Lavin, who wants to destroy us, it appears. Well, we'll see. Actually, I haven't really gotten, I just kind of skimmed it. So we'll see, though. Maybe she ends up being a wonderful lady. Nonetheless, we have injected, not just in Fairfax County outside of Washington, D.C., right here, where a very senile man lives in a very white house that is now surrounded by walls and chain link and troops with machine guns and things of this nature. Or maybe that's not true. Just look at all of the photos and videos that are coming out from the tourists. Wouldn't it be wonderful when you take your little white family from Kansas and you're like, let's go see the White House? And it's like, whoa, looks like, communist Russia at its height. Looks like China right now at the Olympics, where nobody gives a shit what's going on there. But anyhow, these words have been used to defeat Western civilization. And now, not just in Fairfax County, not just in Virginia, not just on the East Coast, not just on the eastern side of the United States, not just the United States, not just this continent, but the entire world, Western world, is now using, because of us, anti-whiteism, anti-white, and spreading around the world Western kind. And this is all against the momentum that is arrayed against us. So these are colossal successes. We also have, and I do want to mention, and a way this happens, an elected puke by the name of Matt Gaetz, who, like any typical Republican scumbag, likes to divert your energies, your successful energies, your things that could help Western civilization. He likes to divert them into things totally ineffective. The thing where we see all of these white people talking about how great white people are, when in reality, we are the sickest race on planet Earth right now, and we have to address this illness. No non-white person would ever see their children being attacked on the basis of who and what they are, fundamentally, what they can't escape. They can't make a decision to get away from. And then say, oh no, you're not actually attacking them for that reason. You're attacking them for their height, or you're attacking them for the texture of their hair, or you're attacking them. It's the only thing. We are the only people who will do this. Illness. And why does this happen? Well, it happens because we are suffering with the anti-white narrative. We are suffering with white noir as a consequence of anti-whiteism. We can't think straight because our minds are filled with meme pathogens, which are the pretexts that anti-whites use to inflict injury on Western kind. Are they not? So we can't even think straight enough to defend our children on the basis of that they are being attacked. That is sickness. And looking at the attacker all day long and naming the attacker and saying, look at that attacker, or if the attacker is not of a particular group, then another group is behind that attacker. Doing that all day long doesn't do anything to rectify the fact that we are not defending our people on the basis of that which we are attacked. And it is time to come together as a people everywhere we are around planet Earth. We need to be using the concepts like Western kind and Westman and white erasure and anti-white narrative. And as these things change, I don't care if you are bright enough or dumb enough or you don't get it because you got so many things to do, or because you are as dumb as they come, the dullest bulb in the drawer. I don't care. You can look with your own eyes and see the successes that we are having and have been having for years. And you can support that which succeeds, period. And here it is. It might not be the only thing that ever succeeds. It might go the whole way and do everything we needed to do. But the bottom line is that this is not about a cultural revolution. We don't control the heights. It's a social revolution. It's a people revolution. It's a revolution of the mind. It's a revolution of thought. It's a revolution of the story in which you're going to be in. We're going to see in a moment the kind of story that anti-whites would like for us to be in, and the story that we instead write ourselves. And as a consequence, when we're talked about, they have to speak to about us from the position of our interpretation of events of the world, our story. You write your own story with your own concepts. If you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. That is what happens with anti-whiteism. We never use their words. And we thank Mark Dice for being a champion against that which is all evil. Well, what happened with Gaetz? Why is it that there is this group that they're not marching in the streets? They haven't purchased, plastic swords and shields from the Disney store, and they're not, trying to get as much attention on themselves to ruin their lives as is humanly possible. How is it that they are accomplishing anything? Why? Because West has been beaten by a 200 IQ level of attack, psychological attack, and we have a 201 IQ level of redemption, a 201 IQ level of defense. We defend and win for the individual. The most selfish thing that everybody wants to do in their lives is win for themselves in their contests with themselves, with their family members, with their friends, with strangers. So we take the principle that works in economics, for example, Smith's principle. We take that, we put it to use in the body of our people. We craft the concepts in a way that creates a people, whether or not these radical individuals want it or not, because they realize in the concepts that they articulate that are very easily understood like this, that are very easily remembered, that are very easily used, that put them onto thought trains that force them, whether they like it or not, to win in their conversations. We give these people these things. They then end up becoming a people, understanding that they as an individual are attacked because we as a people are attacked. And then that ends up trickling out into the world as they commune to the people around them, a curative contagion, a people who is ready for a message to win with a message that is available for them to win. And that then is why we end up seeing, in part, just the organic nature of it. We end up seeing people like Matt Gaetz, trying to go out on the gab, trying to redirect, as always, the good people who will vote Republican or who consider themselves independent or consider themselves conservatives or whatever it is, the spectrum they see themselves in. And these people like Matt want to get out there and they want to redirect you and they want to say, oh, it's just anti-American. That's all it is. Well, what ended up happening to Matt? The whole thread filled up with people pointing out, anti-white is the word you want, buddy. Anti-white is the problem. Not anti-American. Anti-white is the problem. And some of it, as I say, is organic. But then there's something else. There's something really hasn't happened, especially in this way, because we're seeing the results, the fruits of it. There are individuals and there are collective efforts to reach out to people, politicians, content influencers. Another big one just the other day said anti-white for the first time. Not gonna blow anything yet. Several million subs. Never done it before. How's this happening? Well, the detractors are going to say, you were never right, Jason. All those people over there at serving white well-being, they were never right. This is all just happening. It's just a natural consequence. Remember, I was on a show. Well, I'm not going to say which. I was on a show several months ago where one of the hosts was trying to insinuate that this was a consequence of the anti-whites doing it to themselves. Instead of it being this powerful small group that if we had folks like the billionaires like anti-whites have on their side showing up with dollars, we would change the world overnight with our formula. But with our efforts, with people giving of themselves, giving of their time, donations of time, donations of talent, we have already changed the language used around planet Earth. So don't ever look in the mirror and think that we're not accomplishing great things. Because it's always hard to see when you are in the midst of the story where exactly you are, because there are hills, and then there are valleys, and there are mountains, and you can't see as clearly because you don't have that bird's eye view. But when we look back, everything in history is below us. We always look down the hill of what's gone before in a metaphorical way, and you can then see clearly, and you will be able to see clearly, that it was us who made this happen. So, Matt, you're going to continue to get hounded, buddy, until you start telling it and calling it like it is. We're never giving up. And all of the people who vote for you, they're going to hear what we have to say, buddy. And once they hear what we have to say, they're going to turn and they're going to wonder, what is your problem? Why aren't you saying that this is anti-white when this is exactly what it is? And you know what? We continue to have success in places. I mean, successes on top of successes. And we're going to grab the story from Vanity Fair after I get a drink of coffee and keep rolling. We continue to reach out. I have people reach out to me. It is a wonderful thing. We're 18 minutes until the top of the hour, at which point we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with Baldur and his translation of the concepts and their success in many of our languages that we have created, Western kind, and we will continue to create. So we'll have him with us. But until we get there, we are going to roll with the fact that I have individuals who reach out to me and who say, I am going after this person or that person or these 5 people. And every day I try to reach out to one. I try to get them at the right time, when they gab, when they tweet, when they're on Facebook, when they pop a new video out. And I get to them and I say, wow, that is really an example of the anti-white narrative. And I get to them and I say, wow, what an example of white erasure. And guess what, Jason? They said it. They wrote it. They know, these folks who are doing this in service to white well-being, that they are making these changes. And by way of those changes, small maybe as they are individually, collectively, H2O molecules coming together, forming the tidal wave, washing away all that is evil in the world. Well, guess what? Guess what? It's happening all over the place, at the federal level, at the state level, at the corporate level, at the national business level. We're getting results everywhere we go. And if we can get beyond even the people in our own circles who are trying to, what they would like to do is ball gag us. Everybody knows about them. But they would like to ball gag us so that we cannot even tell the story of our successes, because they have another method that they would like to use. And God bless them. We love them. I love them. I think they're not being as successful as they could be. And I want them to come on board in service of white well-being with us so that they can live wonderful lives with wonderful partners in their lives, whatever form that takes. Children, maybe, that would be wonderful as well. And effective for white well-being in all of their days, rather than being shut down and doxxed and ruined and hunted. And it's only going to get worse as we move forward in the anti-white world. And you can see it in the mouths, in the glances, in the eyes of the anti-whites everywhere you turn, in this new corporate governance environment, which you know is what we have entered, where these corporations with trillions of dollars run everything, and they can decide whether or not you're going to bank, whether or not you're going to eat, whether or not you're going to be able to participate in government, whether or not you're going to be able to participate in your family functions. Why? How is that? Because they assassinate reputations, and you can see it in their eyes. You can see what they want. Well, now is the time to move. Now is the time to get the language into white people's mouths. Well, Jason, it's words. How is that going to change anything? How did the words defeat Western civilization? How did the ideas topple Western civilization? We are doing the exact same thing. I tell you what, they wielded a wand, but our wand is bigger. And it is time to reclaim our destiny from people like Lavin, who writes here in Vanity Fair. Florida advances bill that would ban making white people feel bad about racism. And no, that's not a joke. Listen to this little POS. This Bess Lavin. She's not best at anything. Bess Lavin writes here, the bill would ban public schools and private businesses from inflicting, quote, discomfort on white people during lessons or training about discrimination. You see, the issue with the anti-white turd, Bess, is that she wants to victimize white people, from senior citizens all the way down to that 6-year-old little boy, that 4-year-old little white girl and little white boy. She wants to make sure that they are psychologically abused. And she doesn't like that in Florida, white people here, and I haven't looked at the actual, I've got to look at the bill, but that they are attempting to make illegal this abuse. And absolutely, they should be using, whoever this person is, I'm going to take a look at it. And we're going to jump into this, but whoever this person is in this bill, this is for the state of Florida, they need to be using the words anti-whiteism. They need to be using the word anti-white. They need to be talking about white erasure. They need to be talking about Western kind being victimized in the bill. In the bill that becomes law when DeSantis signs that bitch. And we may or may not be in contact with that office. Who knows? Quick question. Types Lavin with her forked tongue for the group. Quick question. We like this simpering mockery, just disgusting. That's what she's doing. Because Bess really doesn't want, and she doesn't like white people defending themselves. And you're going to see this. I only skimmed it. It is just so vile, this anti-white. That, and remember, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't, if you're going free, what Bess calls herself is totally irrelevant. Her immutable characteristics, totally irrelevant. She's in our story now. And if you're going to victimize us in our story, you're an anti-white. And there is nothing more disgusting on planet Earth than an anti-white. And that's what you've made yourself, bitch. It's Bess bitch simpering away with as mocking a tone as she can make with a forked tongue, despite constantly claiming liberals are easily targeted snowflakes. Are Republicans actually the most ridiculously sensitive people on earth? You hear that, Whitey? Toughen up and take the victimization. Don't defend yourself, Whitey. Don't defend yourself. What we taught you already, Whitey. This is what the anti-whites are saying. We already taught you that you have to lower. How many times have I told you? How many times have I told you? All of these pretexts, we talked about them last week. Remember, all of these pretexts, the purpose of the pretext is to get white people to lower our guard so that we can be victimized, so that we can be fleeced. How many times? So that we can be victimized physically, mentally, spiritually, our civilization destroyed. How many times? That's all it's ever been. And everybody wants to come to you and they want to talk about, let's argue this pretext and let's argue that pretext and let's talk about we need a more of philosophical view of the scenario. We need to understand it from an even higher outlook. No, you don't. These are vile monsters who are coming up with excuses so that you will lower your guard and close your eyes and you will take whatever they have in store for you. And you can see it here in this last-ditch effort by Bitch Bess. You're just so sensitive, as though we're going to fall for that, bitch. As though we're going to fall for that. You know, that for so long, and you heard like these Rush Limbaughs and all these people for any good that they did. Pretty good. Remember, Rush Limbaugh didn't get brave, even though he had hundreds of millions of dollars and a death sentence with cancer. He didn't get brave all the way to the end. So not a lot of respect coming from me. But for whatever good he did, he continued using things like homophobe. You're just a homophobe. As though it wasn't obvious that the psychological warfare there was to get the white person to say, oh, I'm not afraid. So yeah, you can go ahead and do whatever you want. No. We're not falling for it, Bess. You got it? She slithers on. Republicans are the most ridiculously sensitive people on earth. So much so that they can't stand. Listen to this shit. They can't stand. I apologize for my friend. This is a vile. This is a vile anti-white cretin. I guarantee you, she slithers when she moves. That's her form of locomotion. So much so that they can't stand the idea of factually accurate conversations about race in this country that might paint white people in an uncomfortable light. That's all. That's what she's saying. You can't. You're just so sensitive that you can't handle people. So that they're so sensitive that they can't handle people saying negative things about them. You need to just learn to allow your little babies to be victimized and shut up about it. I'm going to take a quick look at the chat because we are. Are you hearing me okay? Is the mic working okay on? And if it is not working okay, what platform is it not working okay on? Or is it all the ones that you are able to see me on? Looks like we have River Heretic is saying the mic is terrible. Is it crackling? Is it going in and out? Audio level is going up and down, it says. Well. We will have to address that because audio sounds weird, says Adam Scott. Jilly says YouTube sounds tinny. What about over on D Live? Very muffled sound on YouTube. One of Western Con says, can hear you okay, but slight muffling. YouTube is muffled. Well, let me take a look over here, and we will see about our... Well, curiously enough, it looks like it is working beautifully as far as the metrics are concerned. Sounds like a laptop mic, but that's no good. Oh, look what happened. When did that happen? Was the sound better at one point? Let's see. No, maybe that's not it. Let's try this. Is that any better? Thank you, Jay, for letting me know. And Ulrich says your S's are dragging. Very strange. S's are dragging. All stream, it's been like this. People are saying it's better now. It's the same microphone that is... It's better. Is it when you say it's better, is it normal? Like, does it sound the way that it normally sounds? Or is it just better than horrible? Maybe it's our friends over there at YouTube, the anti-whites over there at YouTube. Perfecto. Sounds perfect now. Well, we want the microphone to sound, the audio to come through the microphone just perfectly. When we're talking about slime, and thank you, Carlisle and Aragorn and Popcorn Power and everybody, Montana Kid, everybody letting me know that the sound was not quite Ursa Major here. Great. Well, let me know if it tries to run sideways again. It's not like still getting over what may or may not be COVID is enough. I mean, it's just, you also have to have the tech stuff going nuts at the same time. But we do have, nonetheless, we're coming up here to the top of the hour. So we want to get through a little bit more of this. And then we have to have Baldur on because we're going to hear about the translation. Very excited about that. Hear about more of the translations. And then we're going to reach back into the Go Free book and for the lesson of the day, some constructive things that you can use and to empower you, since we are in contests with scum like this. So, Bitchy Bess says, and the Republicans are now going now get this for a second, I just have to stop. So much so that they can't stand the idea of factually accurate conversations. First of all, bravo Sierra. The anti-white narrative is full of nothing but lies. There is a little bit of truth here, maybe a whole truth there, but it's almost entirely, it's all coming through the lens of anti-whiteism. Like, you would believe, you know, you could ask these people, you could take whatever regime throughout history that they hate, and they would, of course, say that, well, you can't get any news in there. You can't get any news into those people because it's all got to go through these filters. It's all got to go through these lenses. Well, that's exactly what happens with anti-whiteism. We talk about the anti-white lens. So nothing that's real passes to your eyes or ears in the educational system, in the news and entertainment, etc., all dominated by anti-whites, without it going through the lens of anti-whiteism. What does that mean? That means things are going to be removed, things are going to be buried, things are going to be fabricated, things are going to be magnified, things are going to be massaged so that they arrive at an anti-white conclusion in all cases. And so here you have her saying, so much so that they can't stand the idea of factually accurate conversations about race. Bravo Sierra, everything is a lie. That they're gonna, when she opens her mouth and that forked tongue, as an anti-white, all anti-whites have forked tongues, shoots out of her mouth and she hisses. You do know when they do that, like, you know, you have a cat or a dog or something and they hiss or whatever, you just shove your finger down their throat and they do that little cross-eyed gagging thing. So when this bitchy Bess does this and the tongue comes out and she begins lying, you can tell her it's not going to work on you. It's not going to work on you. So what she is saying is she wants to be able to metaphorically choke the life out of, and it's almost literally choke the life out of your white babies by poisoning them with ideas that make them feel responsible on the basis of what they quintessentially are in their blood, in their sinew, in their bone, in their spirit, in their DNA, whatever they end up believing, how they got here or not, that it is inescapable. She wants to be able to just throttle them to death with these lies. That might, she says, might paint white people in an uncomfortable light. What a lying, vile shit she is. That might paint white people as though, well, we have these conversations about race, and sometimes we might arrive at a conversation that might paint white people in a little bit of a bad light. BS. That is all it is. It is all about condemning white people for being white from start to finish. And this coming, I tell you what, this Lavin, if this were turned around and somebody was saying to Lavin, because we would never say it, some other group of people were saying to Lavin that they were going to teach the children of her people about all of the evils that her people have ever done, and that as a consequence, they have this innate something in them that makes them evil. This bitch would be apoplectic. I mean, how much more do you need to know? I would not, if somebody went to like a newsstand and took all the Vanity Fairs and maybe piled them up and set them on fire, it would be probably funny for a stand-up comedian to talk about that. And are now going so far as to try to effectively ban said conversation, because she goes on sticking their fingers in their ears and yelling, la, 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 can't hear you. Look at this mockery, this simpering mockery. In between taking pills for her venereal diseases. When the topic comes up, isn't working. So when the topic about white guilting, browbeating white people comes up, just plugging your ears isn't working for these white people. So they want, and how much do you want to bet? Next month, when Bess is talking about why we need to demonize white people, she'll say, as a white person, go to hell, bitch. I know you know the way. If you're unsure, let us clear it up for you. The answer is hell yes. Oh, she's so witty. On Tuesday, a bill backed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that would prohibit public schools and private businesses from inflicting, quote, discomfort on white people. See, this is the problem. They really need me. Can somebody reach out to whoever is behind this? They need to talk to me. We can write this bill so that when the anti-whites go after it, they have to reveal who and what they are. They have to crawl out of their human suit, and you get to see the leathern wings spring up and the pinions and the hooves. You get to see it all when the anti-whites start talking of all immutable characteristics, because they come from all backgrounds. You get to see them for who and what they are. Let's do it. So that would prohibit public schools and private businesses from inflicting discomfort on white people during lessons or training about discrimination, was approved by the state's Senate Education Committee, its first hurdle before becoming a law. Look, she's already, how much do you want to bet? First hurdle, how much do you want to bet now? Millions upon millions of dollars are going to start pouring in from anti-whites. This is another reason why we need the word to get out where the solution to anti-whiteism comes from and who can remedy this. Because people who oppose anti-whiteism don't have the money, but we have the brains, and we've demonstrated it, and we continue to demonstrate it again and again. These people need to know who to reach out to. By the way, if they happen to end up reaching out, we need your help, and here's a big check for you to come help us, that would be mighty good for our efforts here in service to white well-being as well. So, first hurdle to becoming law. The bill, SB 148, seemingly grew out of the conservative hysteria. That's what it is. Over, quote, critical race theory. It's just hysterical. It doesn't make any sense because they're just demonizing white people to hell until they're completely white erased from Western civilization, which, as a reminder, is an academic concept. And here you go. What did I tell you all? What did I tell you about how the anti-whites, my fucking God, how many times do I have to be right? That is exact. What was it? 2-3 weeks ago? I said to you, we can't call it a month ago. You cannot call it critical race theory because then they will argue, or CRT, because then they will simply argue to the vagues, our brothers and sisters out there. No, this is just this arcane academic thing. And then here we have one of the proponents of anti-whiteism doing exactly what I predicted. These scum, they like to walk circles around our brothers and sisters out there. But I'm going to tell you what, they have met more than their match in me, because I do so many circles around them before breakfast that they can't walk straight for the rest of the day. That also might be because of their severe alcoholism, but nonetheless, it is the case. Is an academic concept based on the idea that racism is not about individual people's prejudices, but about institutions and policies. And there you have, this is that little retreat that they always go to, like we had, what's the guy's name? Greenblatt. The other day, I got maybe this week I will do I'm going to show his some of his conversation he was having on CNN, I think it was. And the same exact thing. They retreat to this, it's this intangible thing out in the world, and you can't touch it. All reason and logic gone in the West, slain by anti-whites. This invisible thing. You can't touch, you can't see, and therefore you can't disprove. So you have to lower your fists and just bend over, white man, so that you can take whatever we want to do to you. This is how the anti-whites work. So there's this little retreat for the vagues that it's just about this. It's not you, white man and white woman, per se. It's just built into, it's baked into the cake, but you're going to get punished for it because you're the reason it's there. It does not, as GOP lawmaker and their partners in the right-wing media, there is no such thing, would have us believe, teach that all white people are racist. That's exactly what it does. It teaches, anti-whiteism teaches, from when I was 11, I figured you bastards out. It teaches that the only good white people are anti-white white people. And do you know what that does? I figured out when I was 11 and I told to the adults, it delegitimizes our right to exist. We have to be against our own people, against our own creations, against our own history, against our own future. That means it's a delegitimization of our people's right to exist. That is biological white erasure. And that is what Bitchy Bess is for. All right, let's go. I'm getting fired up. This woman, this thing, she's no woman. This vile thing, Bess Lavin, this vile thing, this anti-white thing is just as anti-white and disgusting. She is a great example of why we are in the state that we are today. It is all psychological abuse, psychological attack. And as a consequence, we have white people lowering their fists. They'd stop defending themselves because of these words. And I get it that the guys, who want to go about this different ways, they think they're going to run a bunch of politicians or whatever it is. And they're going to, I get it that they're not up to the contest with Bess Lavin and with Greenblatt. They're not up to the contest of wits, but we are here. So stop undermining us. Let's roll so we can wrap this part up. Academic. It does not as a GOP. Okay. As another reminder, teaching CRT is not actually being required. It's not being required. It just is happening because we give you money if you do it. It's not being required in elementary, middle, or high schools, but you wouldn't know that by watching Fox News, which would have people. So that's a nice little word play there, Lavin, where it's not being required. It just happens that the schools get shit tons of money if they teach it. That's funny. That's funny. I see you. I see you. Bess, come out from behind your altar to Satan. I see you there. Which would have you believe, okay, the bill sponsored by state senator, here it is. This is the person to reach out to say, you need Jason Kuna right now. Don't be dumb. Manny Diaz Jr. This is the bill, who is the guy who is sponsoring this bill. He and his office need us right now because they're going to be going up against tens of millions of dollars. And the best that anti-whites, the best I say, I guess the biggest horn, the longest fanged, the most evil anti-whites have to offer. It says here, reads in part, quote, an individual by virtue of his or her race or sex does not bear responsibility. See, here you go. For actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. An individual should not be made to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race. Now, this is where you see a giant error being committed. A giant error. Just like we had this Republican, this guy who was running for, I guess he's a Republican running for office in Texas. He doesn't currently hold an office. And he said that his advisors, his Republican advisors told him, don't say anti-white. You know why that is?
because they're anti-white. And you know what will happen if the language stays like this? Well, first of all, it's going to come under attack by the likes of the bitch Bess. And then the dollars will pour in. And if it doesn't get rewritten, but stays like this, it will be interpreted, easily interpreted by anti-whites to mean everybody but white people. Everybody but white people, because white people are a special case. So Manny, I'm telling you, I know what you, and this is what you all should be very excited about, and we're gonna jump in just a moment because it's getting very late for Baldur. But this is where Manny needs to really pay attention, and where you all can be very excited, because this is happening all over Western civilization. White people, and in large part because of our efforts of decades. And some of you have been working with me for well over a decade. Many of you, half a decade, at it day after day after day, getting anti-whiteism, anti-white out there into the world. White people are beginning to say, yeah, this is immoral. It is anti-white. But they're trying, because they're still suffering from white noir. They're still suffering with all of this self-hate. They're still suffering under an anti-white morality. And remember, for white people, if they're going to do anything, they need a moral matrix. Otherwise, you're asking them to be thieves. You're asking them to be monsters. And white people in general never do that. They need a moral matrix. And so when Manny and those around him, when the thing that you can be very excited about is our huge successes, and one in that state, we won't say much more about that, our huge successes, you now have people, white people, who are coming forward and they're saying, we want to object to this, but it's immoral in the anti-white narrative. That's why we have to step in there and say, we're going to take you out of this anti-white narrative, where you can be moral, where there's a moral matrix, where it is good to oppose anti-white monsters like Bess, where it is the moral thing to do. You see, Manny is revealing something to you. The same way a white person uses, and I would put white people on the spot all the time. I would say, don't use that disclaimer with me. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? When a white person says, I'm not a racist, but I would say, no, don't use that disclaimer with me. That word carries no weight. Anti-white slur. It's disgusting. You shouldn't say it again. Manny right now is using this disclaimer. He and the people who are helping him write and push this and sponsor it, etc., they're saying, you got to make it about all races. It's not happening to anybody else. It's not happening to anybody else. There's only one group that's happening to. You need to put your finger on the reality, because no one else is. You need to put your finger on the thing the anti-whites don't want people to have you point at. You talk about it this way, where it's about all peoples. You cannot demonize a whole race of people other than white people. Be serious. That's considered so moral. Sound went bad. Then and thank you for reaching out, because of the continued issues that we're having with technical difficulties. Let's see. They really don't want you to hear what we have to say. My goodness. My goodness. Why else would this be getting? I'm not touching. It's not even like I'm touching something. And electricity. Nothing. This is all very curious. Let's continue. Manny, get to me, Manny, or your people. And you don't even have to tell folks that you spoke to me. You need to get to me, and we will make this right for you so that you can take these monsters down. Democrats have argued that such a bill would lead to frivolous lawsuits and basically equate to censorship. Can you imagine somebody? I mean, it's like the person operating the guillotine complaining about releasing a heavily weighted blade is going to cause people to get their head cut off, and you're next, and they get ready to cut the neck. It's going crazy. Democrats trying to complain about censorship. What a joke. I want to continue with this, wrap up this story. But what we're going to do, because it is getting late for Baldur, is we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to see if there's anything I can do about technical difficulties. And then we will be back with the one and only Baldur, ladies and gentlemen, spreading truth, love, hope, and redemption all around planet Earth. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. We are back. We'll see if things work and remain. I'm just have to keep an eye on the system. And right now, though, we are going to reach out to the one and only Baldur. Got him for the next 30, 40 minutes. Here goes the call.
Hey.
Hey, brother. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. And I'm very excited to be here with you, even though it's late and I'm tired. But serving white well-being is always fun.
Amen. Now let me grab the. I think we are here, my friend.
Let me see.
Yes, it would have to be there.
Then we finish white guilt.
Let me take a look really quickly. Where's your white guilt? Yeah, I think that's where we. Yep, that's where we ended up.
Okay, so white noir.
And we mentioned that a few times tonight, so it's apropos.
All right. It's hvit bøl.
Hvit bøl. Now, have you used it?
Yes.
And what were the results?
It's one of those that's just, it slips through their defenses.
Yeah.
Vagues. And I like it especially because many whites here will claim that they have no white guilt, even though they do, right?
Right.
Right. So if you swap white guilt for white noir, hvit bøl, they don't know what to say. And so you got them.
That's perfect. I love it. Yeah, that's really great. So I guess also just take a moment before we continue here. Knock out as many of these translations as we can, and tell folks what language this is, the country you're in, and how long you've been working on this, so they get an idea, they understand that the concepts here have been implemented where you are by you and others, and they are working successfully. So just take a moment to do that, and we'll continue.
All right, I'm in Iceland, and this is Icelandic. So I started translating this really just as soon as I read your book. That was during the summer of anti-white terror 2020.
Nice.
Yeah, I have one of those memories where I just remember why I bought your book. I don't think I've ever told you.
Oh, well, what's that?
So there was this PWR episode, the anti-whites were destroying, and you had one of your rants where you said that the guy whose name rhymes with fierce, you said he was only half right.
Ah, yes.
And you waved your book, and you said something along the lines that whites need a psychological defense. And then you just sold it to me right there and then. And I bought your book with one click on Amazon, and then I got the physical copy, and I just started to, I saw the power in it immediately. And I didn't really know at that time, this must have been May 2020. I didn't know your work. I had not watched your streams. And so, but you just sold me the book and I read it, and I saw the power in it immediately. And I started to do some translations to use here.
That's fantastic. That's a great story. I didn't know that. Yeah, you hadn't said that before. That's a great testimonial, and such a great testimonial too, that you and it says a lot about you, that you decided you were going to investigate an avant-garde, a new way, a new path, a new vehicle, and that you looked into it, you used your own intellect to praise whether it was likely to work or not likely to work, and then you implemented and tried it out. You would obviously have experienced on yourself the efficacy of this approach, the practice of going free of the anti-white narrative, and then you implemented it in your world around you, and you saw it was having great success. So you thought, I'm going to translate it. That's such a marvelous story, and you're one of our best by far, brother. And we're just so grateful to have you.
Well, thank you.
Well, why don't we continue this? So the white noir. See, it's very important, and I mentioned it a couple times today, folks. White noir is the physical, mental, and psychological illness that white people experience as a consequence of the meme pathogens that we are infected with and living in an anti-white world under the anti-white narrative. And where, for example, Bess Lavin wants to be able to teach white little babies how evil they are intrinsically, so that they grow up in a world where they wage war against Western kind, and they suffer white noir for all of their days. No, this is truly the. It's hard to imagine a worse evil than to teach babies that they are intrinsically evil. So this consequence of those teachings, those misteachings, is white noir. And so this is great that you've translated it, and it passes right under the radar there in our wonderful country of Iceland. So
yeah. And I had difficulties translating noir, and other people are experiencing the same thing in other languages. But before I tell you how I did it, I forgot to mention that Masumi Rabbit, he sends his hugs to the chat.
Oh, that's great.
I'll do the same. All right. So yeah, white noir. I didn't know what noir meant.
Okay, I see.
Film genre, according to dictionaries, but this is one of those concepts that where I had to rely on my creativity, and so böl can be understood as the state of being very ill or even cursed. The word curse is bölvun, but it has böl in it. And being cynical is bölsinn. And so böl is very negative, and it means like spiritual or psychological injury. So it's perfect. Hvít böl.
Nice. That is perfect. Wow. Well done. Well done. This is how we're going to get to all of our brothers and sisters. And this, by the way, folks, really quickly, and we're going to give the floor back to Baldur so he can continue with these with these translations, is that the really powerful thing here is that anti-whiteism is the same all over planet Earth. That means the cure will work all over planet Earth. But sir, please continue.
Yeah, I agree. I still have that email, translate go free at protonmail.com, even though I've been so busy lately, I haven't really checked it as frequently as I used to, but yeah, I will answer you if anyone sends me a message. But I'm going to try to log in at least once per week. So yeah, I'll help you, give you some tips. You can ask me anything regarding the translations. Please do so. But shall we take the next one then?
Yes, sir.
White positive.
Okay.
Hvít jákvæður.
All right, one more time, nice and slow for folks.
Hvít jákvæður.
White positive. All right, now how has this one landed? I'm sure you've tried this one out.
Actually, I haven't.
Oh, because I see. Because you're just speaking to like people who are vagues. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because you're being white positive, but how do you think it will land on folks when you talk about white positivity?
Actually, I may have talked to like one Icelander, yeah, who actually watches your streams. We just discussed Hvít Jákvæðni. But okay, on Vakes, I don't know, Hvít Jákvæðni. I may have used it. I just can't remember.
Well, if it comes,
I'm not really sure how it would land. Depends on the crowd.
right. Right. Well, when you do use it,
Yeah.
let us know. And the next time we have a conversation, I think it's going to be important for a country like Iceland, because so much of what we are going to hear there and understand about the anti-white narrative are things we don't live. So unless you're in the rare part of Iceland where you have to deal with a very different biospiritual projection, you spend your whole life around nothing but white people. And so learning that what we are sharing is white positive will make it difficult for anti-whites to say that these people are after something quite objectionable and negative.
Mhm.
So I'm very interested in hearing about it when it does, when you do
Right.
use it.
Okay. So if I was explaining it to someone, I would probably use white well-being.
Yes, very strong. Good, yes. Yeah, that's another thing that makes our concepts so powerful. White well-being. Again, you imagine this Bess here trying to write about a Bess up in Iceland, trying to write about how awful it is for white people to have white well-being would be fantastic. So, and that was one of the things I'm going to talk about when I return to the article, is the fact that if they were in the verbiage of the bill in Florida that I was talking about using our concepts, Bess would have to name it. She's quoting it. She would have to use these words, and as a consequence, she would end up revealing herself to the world. But let's move on to, what is it?
Right.
White positive sphere.
Yeah, white positive sphere. That is Hvít Jákvæða Kvelið.
Now that's I am so glad you speak Icelandic because I can't. Let's hear that again. Go ahead, brother.
Hvít Jákvæða Kvelið.
Nice. That sounds good. I like that. I like being in the white positive sphere. It sounds that good. All right. So I'm assuming with white positive, just like the same thing with white positive sphere, and then we'll do white positivity in a moment, that you haven't had much of an opportunity to try those out with folks.
No,
Yeah, okay.
I have not.
All right. But is it a nice literal translation, like it means the exact same thing as English, or do you think it will take some explanation?
Well, that's the thing. So white and hvítur, that's positive, is directly translated as jákvæður, but merging them together, I'm not sure if no, I guess it doesn't have the exact same meaning. But this is one of the this is a school book example of how English. This is one of the strengths in English. So you have white positive and white positivity. Well, you see here in the Icelandic, as the adjective, hvít jákvæður, that's one word, but as a noun, that's two words, hvít jákvæðni. And I have to admit, I am not quite sure if this is totally accurate. Now, I can't talk to any expert, some Icelandic professor at the university. They're not going to they don't want to help me.
Right.
And so, I'm asking around, but I just can't figure this out exactly.
Well, folks, and Baldur gave his email. He'll give it again before we wrap up with him. And if you would like to help with the translation, And you could go back over the previous shows. You can see the translation as we've played it out here. If you'd like to help, you can reach out and make some suggestions, and we would very much appreciate it. So we have here the white positive sphere and white positivity, which you just said ends up being 2 words to accomplish the same as going from positive to positivity. What about white sympathetic sphere?
That is hvítu samúðarhvelin.
Wow, that's all right. I like it. Say that again.
Hvítu samúðarhvelin.
Wow, it's beautiful language, Icelandic. And of course, this white sympathetic sphere is something that is, kind of like the upper grades, and something you wouldn't be speaking about or necessarily using very often with a vague on the street, somebody you're introducing to these concepts. But have you had an opportunity to use it with anybody?
I think so, yeah. Rather than white positive.
Okay. So speaking about those then who stand up for the things that, whether it's implicit or explicit, the things that we project and therefore care about that are part of our biospirit. And do you recall the responses of those people?
I do not.
Okay.
They did not object. Otherwise, I would have remembered.
Okay, right. That makes sense.
So, yeah.
Well, here's the big one. White well-being.
Uh-huh. Hvít velsæld.
Hvít velsæld. That is powerful.
Yeah.
That sounds great. I like it. I can even say it. Wow. Okay. So is this like a literal translation to Icelandic?
So well-being is that's a difficult one, but velsæld is the common translation, I guess. And so it gets the point across, and it describes the concept. So I'm happy with it.
That's beautiful. I love and you've said you've used it, yeah?
Yes.
And how did it go when you used it? What were people's responses?
So I'm very confident in using this because of the dialect. Or yield. It's that simple. And so I really enjoy using white well-being, hvít velsæld. Ertu á móti hvítri velsæld? I just ask them.
That's
Ertu á móti hvítri velsæld? And you have cornered them. There's nothing they can say. Well, no, two things they can say.
Right. I mean, you're absolutely right that they're with the concepts here that we've created and we continue to improve in service to white well-being. White well-being, being able to demand whether somebody objects to that is exactly as you're saying, Baldur, cornering them and forcing them to say either they object to, just like you say, they're revealing their hideousness of being an anti-white, or they have to go the other direction. They have to say, well, I guess you can have well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So that's beautiful.
Right. Yeah. And especially, like, I don't bother with anti-whites just one-on-one, but, I only argue with them if there are other people watching, because I'm trying to get to the other vagues. And so when you trap an anti-white like that, I have never had anyone reveal, take off the mask. They just kind of like I was going to use an analogy, a beaten dog. It's kind of what I mean, they just have to yield. And the other people around you then feel empowered to not necessarily serve, but to support white well-being.
Yes, precisely. It is so. So you see, folks, and I guarantee you, unfortunately, Baldur, that there are people across the West that are like, education is so poor now. They just learn how to be anti-white. So they're like, what's Iceland? Is that a country? Yes. And it is this beautiful, mythical, wonderful place, this faraway magical land with a magical Western kind that lives there. And they are also subjected to anti-whiteism. And as you can see here from Baldur, that using the concepts of white well-being, you're able to pit them as either what they are, or they end up being neutralized and they don't want to participate in that content, or they end up deciding, well, yeah, white well-being should be fine. And then, of course, anti-whites are going to have a hard time. People like Lavin are going to have a hard time to demonize it when white people say, no, there's nothing wrong with white well-being. So I'm not going to lower my defenses. Fantastic. Now we have white well-being advocate next. And so that's great. White well-being, good thing wherever you go. Moral, our people in every one of our countries are going to be happy with that. Now you could be a white well-being advocate. How do you say that, brother?
The first one is hvít velsældar sinni. And I updated it. I removed the hyphen. I think I can go without the hyphen. That's stronger. So in one word, hvít velsældar sinni.
Nice. Okay. And then the second one you have here?
That is more of a direct translation, except advocate comes at the start. That's talsmaður hvítrar velsældar.
One more time, say that again.
Talsmaður hvítrar velsældar.
Oh, beautiful. Now, of the two, you think the first one is the stronger one because it kind of encapsulates in that single concept?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been able to use this?
No.
Okay. Yeah, but that'll be very interesting when we get to the point where perhaps we have an anti-white in our great country of Iceland decide in the newspaper, television, or whatever it might be, that they are going to say, in order to demonize white well-being advocates, and they end up using this translation here to see how our people in Iceland respond to that. I hope they do it sooner rather than later. Get to it. Get to it, anti-whites. Go ahead. Tell everybody there it's evil to care about the well-being of white people. Nice. So we've made it all the way to the abbreviations.
Yeah. I think we have done the archetype alignment protocol. Mm-hmm. We did that. So should we do the CCD?
Yeah, but let me just hear you say real quick that word, because that is that looks like if I said it, I would injure myself and I would conjure something onto planet Earth. I don't know what it would be, but something would. So please let us hear what that sounds like.
So the archetype alignment protocol is eðal ímyndar aðlögunar reglur.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yes, we did do that. I do recall. So let's jump on over to CCD.
All right. This is an important one.
Yeah.
So you CCD the MPs. So confront, challenge, and dispel. I translated it as mæta, ögra, and eyða.
Oh, wow. Sounds great. One more time.
Mæta, ögra, eyða.
Beautiful. And I imagine with this, of course, there's been no opportunity to use that with the general public.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it. It looks, actually, all of this looks better than my English version. So maybe it's just because I only know how to speak English, but it's fantastic. Okay. So at least as far as people know, let's get to common person.
Okay, did you remove that one from the latest iteration?
It might not be in the latest iteration. So this is another, folks, if you are newer to Going Free, the entirety of the concepts in Going Free are always being subjected to the scientific method. It's a method.
Mm-hmm.
Science, folks, is not another weird ideology where you just accept what people in lab coats say, like you used to accept what priests and preachers and their fancy garb, what they used to say. So we subject these things. Common person is, it's not been removed as far as like it won't be used again, but I believe it is not in iteration 2. So it does mean vague, folks. So how did you translate that?
Allmänna personen.
Ooh, that's nice. Is that direct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I really want to hear Kip for Keep It Promethean.
Yeah. Haltu því Prometheusku.
Wow. Wow. Real slow. Just let me hear it again.
Haltu því Prometheusku.
Oh, perfect.
And notice, you might be noticing the thorn in the middle of Promethean. So TH, that's the thorn. Theifskur. Prometheus is Prometheus.
Oh, I can't wait.
I might just go with
Go ahead.
Prometheus with an Icelandic spelling. But this is the academic translation of Prometheus, Prometheus.
All right. I can't wait to come out with the audiobook because we're definitely going to be revisiting Keep It Promethean, which of course, folks, is a Kip to Kip is reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision making and interpretation. It is exemplified by the fictional character Prometheus in my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and the behavior of those engaged in the practice of going free. So that is simply what that means. Fantastic. Okay. We did mean curative.
Yeah. We haven't done miss.
Yeah, let's do miss.
Very important one.
Yeah.
Moralization, intellectualization, and the sentimentalization of pretexts.
Correct.
So that is siðferðisvæðing, vitsmunavæðing, and tilfinningavæðing.
Perfect. One more time, brother.
So respectively, siðferðisvæðing, vitsmunavæðing, and tilfinningavæðing.
Perfect. Now, this is the miss, moralization, intellectualization, sentimentalization of these pretexts is what our people really need to understand, because we are prone to project ourselves into those around us, and we can't conceive of a desire to inflict injury and use excuses to do so on these 3 different fronts. But this is exactly what is done to us, and it's done all the time. So have you had an opportunity to use your translation of this on any of the vagues around you?
I can't remember. I can't think of a scenario where I would talk to a vague about. Well, I might have, actually. I do mention pretexts a lot. That's yfir skin. Pretext, yfir skin.
Yes.
I use that a lot. But I kind of gravitated towards just anti-white pretexts.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes.
Antiwhite yfir skin.
Perfect.
And yeah, they get it.
Great. Fantastic. You see, folks, this is how the practice of going free has this agility, and it restricts thought to successful conclusions. So when Baldur confronted with vagues out in the world, he knew from his continued practice of go free that it was going to be easier and more understandable to them to specifically go to anti-white pretexts. Now, when such a person maybe comes back to Baldur in the future, wants to know more about the practice of going free, wants to dig in a little deeper into the nuts and bolts about the practice, at that time, Baldur can then say, well, we specifically categorize the types of pretexts as well. So there are different levels here that folks can come in at, and it's provided to everybody in the practice that they can use to bring people to. Some folks are never going to come further than maybe like the 5 key concepts. That's fine. Other ones are going to come a little further, and then you're going to have the really wonderful champions of our age that fully engage in the practice of going free for their own well-being, but also for our people's well-being. And of course, we want people to have loved ones. We want them to have children if they can, if that's in the cards for them, because they're going to want to communicate this psychological defense to the psychological warfare that's waged against us. They're going to want to communicate that for sure to those they care about, just like they would communicate information about anything in the world that is dangerous and could hurt the ones they care about. So that's perfect. That was not only a great translation, but a great example of the application of the practice in practice. Well done, sir. Thank you. Now, I think we did MP, but have we done
montages? Nope.
The what? I'm sorry.
The meme pathogen montages.
That's right. We have not done that. So please.
We haven't done it. No. So I translated it as meme skadvalda samþættingar.
Okay, so it actually is meme. Okay, so go ahead and do that again. Let me listen.
Meme skadvalda samþættingar.
Oh, beautiful.
This is an older. I came up with a new one for MP.
Okay.
Simply meme síkill.
Oh, all right.
Meme síkill. Let me.
Well, it sounds. I like it. So yeah, it even has like a ring, like it's cutting. Talk to us about that quickly. What was that? Why is that change, that iteration, better?
So skadvaldur is more just something that causes harm, but a síkill causes the disease, infection. So I just got it wrong. Pathogen can be translated as skadvaldur, possibly in some context, but meme síkill is far better. Sýklar. It's much more negative too. Skadvaldur is, well, maybe not positive, obviously not, but síkill, it's
nice.
People definitely want to get, they want to, how do you say, avoid, pathogens, sýkla. And so meme síkill, they're out there to get you. Better watch out,
Right.
Meme síkill.
Oh, I like it.
And so then montages would be meme sýkla samþættingar.
Yeah, I really like the sýkla. So say that one final time.
Meme sýklar. Meme sýkla samþættingar.
Perfect. Well, my brother, that is amazing. And this was the third one, right? So that was the end of the translations that you had sent me up to that date, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I have anything more. Yeah, I do actually. The potential to power.
Oh.
Okay. Möguleiki til mögnunar. But I don't like that. So power can be both like when you have power over someone, like governmental power, and also just force, strength, power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was translating the strength elements, mögnun.
So you're still looking to refine that translation?
Yeah. So mögnun or afl or vald. Vald is like power, governmental power, vald. But afl or mögnun is like a strength, force. You can use both, like take power over your own life, your potential to power, and also your potential to power as in strength, being stronger, more powerful. So how did you think of this?
Well, it is the potential to power is. I actually don't. I got the book right here, so I will specifically read. But while I do that, while I pull it up, let's get a big raucous round of emojis for Baldur for this magnificent service to white well-being. It truly is. It truly is a wonderful service. And if you are out there and you speak one or more of our many wonderful languages, and you would like to participate in service to white well-being by yourself or getting together with others to translate the concepts of going free into either it's your native tongue or another language that you are expert at, then please do so and speak up and reach out to those who are doing so. And you will, in one moment, Baldur is going to give us his email again. And if you have some suggestions for his Icelandic translations, reach out to him and he will work with you in the process of improving these things so that we continue to have concepts that form the bedrock of the story about ourselves that we are writing, in which we are the heroes and champions of our world. We have potential to power in the iteration 2. It says here the aggregate of one's biospiritual potentialities to manifest, attain, and satisfy one's desires. PTP is limited by internal and external factors. Internally, one's unique biospiritual composition or architecture establishes one's potentialities. External forces, specifically MPs, undermine the attainment of internal potentialities by inflicting white noir, redirecting one's abilities to manifest, attain, and satisfy one's desires. PTP can be positively and negatively influenced throughout life. By going free and reducing white noir, one increases one's potential to power. So here we're talking about your innate abilities. You would just kind of boil it down, your innate abilities and how far or how close you are in proximity to or propinquity to those innate abilities based on how diseased you are with anti-whiteism. And if you are not advancing and getting stronger and better as a human animal, whether you believe we have a soul or not, you are getting worse. And because there's no static in the living world. And so you need to be working on addressing your MPs, these anti-white ideas that are infecting you, because they are undermining you every day of your life. And people like Bess, and we'll get back to her, she wants those ideas inside of you, undermining you, preventing you from being the artist you could be, the lover you could be, the athlete you could be, the thinker you could be, whatever it might be, the character, the sterling character you could have. They are all undermining you, preventing you, causing you to fall short of your true potential. So, brother, thank you so very much. Could you please tell folks one more time where they could find you and have this conversation with you about translation or anything else, and any final thoughts you have, and we'll let you go to bed.
Sure. The email is translategofree@protonmail.com. And my final thoughts, there are some additions to the lexicon that I want to mention. One is very important, anti-white superstition.
Yeah, okay.
That's Antiwhite.
Nice. Have you been able to use that yet? Because that seems like it would be
Yeah.
easy. Okay, so
I use that. Yes, that's so powerful. There are so many, like, white privilege. I just say that's an anti-white superstition.
yes.
And you have just totally knocked it out.
Oh, it really is. When you frame it that way, it categorizes it, and it comes with a few premises. So folks have hearing, well, that's just an anti-white superstition. What was their response? Were they just dumbfounded with the, well, geez, how do I handle that then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. I love it. See, folks, don't you want to win like that in these conversations? Don't you want to make a difference in the world? That's great. What else was there another one that you said that anti-white superstition, and then what else?
Can't remember if I mentioned this to you. Anti-white enforcement officer.
Oh, okay, that's great. And how'd you translate that?
Not quite sure. One candidate is andhvítur framfylgjandi.
And so did you get an opportunity to use that?
No.
Okay. Well,
it's something that I came up with in the outreach team.
Great.
Kind of thinking like, the FBI and such agencies, anti-white enforcement officers.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they are. I mean, you really break it down and you force people. It's just the way that the lexicon handles the anti-white. How can I put, not just their attacks, but their institutions. We always want to recategorize their institutions, what they do, in a way that empowers us by making us a people, pointing out the objective of the attack entity, institution, etc. So instead of, say, just talking about the FBI and it's like this generic thing that is just a problem for everybody, to turn that into an entity that enforces anti-whiteism. And you also think about, of course, people on news and entertainment, the same exact thing. To recategorize them that way is going to be salubrious. It's going to be good, healthy for us. So yeah, that's a good one. I like that. We'll have you back. We'll continue to have you come on, brother, when you have something you want to talk about. And especially when you use these, translations, and you have interesting educational responses to the use in your world. We really look forward to hearing that.
Well, thank you. I look forward to it.
All right, brother. Have a good night. Dream about the Western sunrise, and we'll talk to you real soon.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. Bye-bye.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And I guess we're back. We'll keep an eye on the sound and the visuals and everything else because we've had some issues. We've had some issues tonight, but we have handled them with grace, as is always the case. We will jump right back over before we get into the Going Free lesson of the day. And another big thank you to the wonderful Baldur and all the great work he's doing. But I do want to jump back over to this Vanity Fair article by Bess Lavin, because it's very telling of anti-whites and what they think of you and what they want to do. And you can see right now, as I was mentioning while we had Baldur on, that if we were involved in the writing process of this bill in Florida, anti-whites would have to reveal how absolutely demonic they are by speaking about it at all. And so we'll jump right back real quick to where I was reading. The bill, sponsored by State Senator Manny Diaz Jr., reads in part, an individual by virtue of his or her race or sex does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. An individual should not be made to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race, close quote. So this would be much more powerful if Manny were using the concepts in Going Free. And of course, it would be more honest as well. This is a great example of white people living inside the anti-white narrative under anti-white morality and feeling ashamed, immoral, unethical, embarrassed to defend ourselves, to defend our children on the basis of that which they are attacked. And this is, as a consequence, a salient example of the illness that we are suffering from. Not even able to stand up and say, look, this is just about white people getting attacked by anti-white people, which is exactly what it is. As I said, Manny's going to be under pressure to change the verbiage so that whites may be demonized, continue to be demonized. And Manny, of course, there's another error that's being made here. Manny thinks, and I guess whoever co-sponsors or authors of the bill, they actually think that if you say that it's to protect non-white children as well, then you will get some sort of reprieve from the anti-whites. They will let you go. They're going to let you sneak by. Never happens. It is pathetic. It is sad. It is cowardice. And I guess maybe worst of all, it's not going to end up serving the objective whatsoever. So you are never going to get permission, validation, or approval from an anti-white to get in the way of anti-whites victimizing white people ever. Are you hearing the Republicans out there? I'm not talking about these elected Republicans. I'm talking about people who vote Republican or think they're Republican or constitutionalist or libertarian or conservative or patriot or go down the list, just a advocate for self-defense, all of this sort of thing. You will never get an anti-white to say, well, yeah, you can go ahead and prevent an anti-white from harming Western kind because you're going to include or maybe even put in the forefront some sort of something for the anti-whites to, like, for example, protecting non-white children. And then maybe at the back of the line will be white children. They get protected too, okay? Or otherwise make some sort of obeisance to or head nod to anti-white morality by saying, we hate white supremacists as much as you. That's one of the most pathetic things that especially a white person can do, is to go to anti-whites and talk about how you are more anti-white than they are, so therefore they should stop white erasing white people from Western civilization. White supremacy is their invention, and it just means any white people who are not anti-white. That's what it means. They also have some cartoon characters of what a white supremacist is, or so, but it's just a character in their story, and it is anyone who is white and not anti-white. In fact, non-white people, and you all have probably witnessed this, who step up and get in the way of anti-whites inflicting injury on Western kind, non-white people have also been called white supremacists. So what happens when other content creators and organizational leaders in the white sympathetic sphere, God bless them, many of them are doing wonderful work. What happens when they're confronted with a non-white person being called a white supremacist? They look at each other like it's just the funniest thing to just laugh about. And can you believe how dumb these liberals are, or whatever, these Marxists are, these communists are? Can you believe it? No, you've got to do better than that. And we are doing better than that. So let's proceed. Democrats have argued that such a bill would lead to frivolous lawsuits and basically equate to censorship. Well, we have hardcore censorship in Western civilization, and it comes by way of companies that are become the public square and are illogically, immorally, unethically allowed to operate the public square of the present and future in a dictatorial way. Now, this would not be permitted by anti-whites if suddenly, say, tomorrow, some white trillionaire or something decides, oh, all right, I'm just gonna buy, I'm gonna have a forced takeover of a bunch of these big companies, and that run, I don't know, let's just, for argument's sake, say like Twitter and what else, whatever is public and they could take over. A bunch of them they take over, and in hostile takeovers, and then turn around and they started censoring anti-whiteism. Well, the government would move instantaneously to put an end to it. Anti-whites would immediately say, this is the public square, you're not allowed to do that here, and it would be done. But it's in place now. So you know that this is a spurious, a false argument made by Bess, because the only thing she's best at is lying. When asked for real-life examples of schools or businesses telling students or employees that they are inherently racist because of the color of their skin, and there you have the trivialization of what it means to be a people. Anti-whites do this all the time. Remember that race is not skin deep. It goes to the very core of a people. Even if you want to believe that it is a construct, well, so be it then. It's a construct that you believe in. Other anti-whites believe in plenty of other constructs when it comes to peoplehood. Well, here's another one, and we're going to defend our construct of a people. So trivializing what they're saying by saying it's just skin deep. The Republican counterparts could come up with none. That's pretty poorly written, Bess. But of course, I'm sure you deserve your six-figure salary from Vanity Fair. So why couldn't they come up with examples? Why? Because they're not going free. If they're going free, they would be able to come up with many examples of how white children are demonized by way of anti-whiteism in schooling. And of course, Bess might just be lying as well. We know she's good at that. She's best at it. Quote, this bill's not for blacks. This bill was not for any other race, said State Senator Chevron Jones. So I'm guessing here that Chevron Jones is anti-white legislator in Florida. Quote, this was directed to make whites not feel bad about what happened years ago. At no point did anyone say white people should be held responsible for what happened. Bullshit, you lying dog. But what I would ask how these people are, they are like the worst of the worst. They are the absolutely worst of the worst. Chevron would say, because of institutional racism, this anti-white concept, which we don't repeat, we don't use, the government, the private companies, and the rest, the public educational entities. They should discriminate against white people, preventing them from having what they worked for, individual white people. So, and then the excuse is that they're going to give this to non-whites too. So, absolutely saying that white people should be held responsible for what happened. But what I would ask, Chevron goes on, what I would ask my white counterparts is, are you an enabler? Wow. Are you an enabler of what happened? How can you enable what happened? This is the thinking. This is the thinking of anti-whites. Chevron is saying lying in this sentence that you're not held responsible unless you want to prevent white people from being held responsible. Then you're held responsible by being an enabler of something that happened in the past. My God. But what I would ask my white counterpart is, are you an enabler of what happened? Or are you going to say, we must talk about history? Okay, so if a white person doesn't, I mean, we could do this. So it's one or the other, right? If you say we're not going to demonize white people with the history that's taught to little white babies, we're not going to demonize, that makes you an enabler of the claims in the anti-white narrative of what the great evil white race did to everybody else. You've enabled it to happen in the past. But Chevron gives you a way out. What's the flip side of this? If you are on one side an enabler of all the evil of the white race, then on the other side, you have to be the executioner. The judge, jury, and executioner. That's the alternative. That Chevron just said so. My God. I mean, talk about when you're trying to use lies, illogic, and the rest to arrive at a conclusion so that your victims will lower their defenses. Look at the kind of constructions that they come up with. I mean, this is absolutely insane. This is the mispretexting we were just talking about. An enabler. At a news conference last month, DeSantis, who has designs on the White House in 2024, called critical race theory crap and vowed to pass legislation allowing. So what she's doing here, see, Bess is a well-trained propagandist for anti-whiteism. DeSantis has said many things, but by saying just the word crap and putting it in quotes, what she's doing is she's conveying how dumb he is. He doesn't say anything else. He could have said the most brilliant things ever. But if at one point he said, this is crap, just to dismiss it, well, that's what Bess is going to use and lie to people with. And this is democracy, folks. Bess writing to the voters what you should think about people you might want to consider voting for. And vowed to pass legislation allowing parents to sue schools and employees to sue employers if they are made to listen to such a thing. Well, it should be that way, but they need to hurry up and change the verbiage so we can get to something that will be successful over time. Elaine brilliantly writes, Bess is not the West. And she absolutely is not. Asked for comment by CBS News, the governor's spokeswoman reiterated, why does he have a spokeswoman? I mean, this is so pathetic. They all have spokeswomen. They all do. This is ridiculous. It's just like you have these positions now that are becoming, it's got to be a woman. It's got to be a this. It's got to, I mean, if I'm in a position to have a spokesman, which was sort of generally understood to be man or woman, if I'm ever into a position, maybe I'll get somebody like a 300-pound bodybuilder that carries a double-handed axe with him when he goes to the press conference. With him. He'll be like 6'7", 300 pounds. Power lifter, like strong enough to move your car with his hands. And he'll carry a double-handed axe to the press conference. So the governor's spokeswoman, again, the spokeswoman, it's like this appeasement to anti-whites. If I have a woman in this position, will they be friendlier to me? No, they won't. The governor until all white people are gone. Is DeSantis' spokeswoman white? Because if she is, well, then he's obvious. You just got to get rid of all the white people. Then anti-whites will be happy. The governor's spokeswoman, could you just see that though? Jason's powerlifting 6'7", 320 pounds of muscle, carrying a double-handed axe, spokeswarrior. says to the small anti-white scum before the lectern. Okay, so the spokeswoman reiterated DeSantis' embarrassing comments. Bess, what a joke you are. How predictable you are. Comments from the same news conference in which he suggests, oh God, don't tell me. So the spokeswoman reiterated DeSantis' embarrassing. I agree. Bess and I agree. Can you believe it? Bess and I are in accord. Never thought it would come to this. So it is embarrassing that DeSantis' spokeswoman muled that Martin Luther King Jr. would be all for these Republican bills. Quote, you think about what MLK stood for. He said he didn't want people judged on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character, close quote. DeSantis said at the time, quote, you listen to some of these people nowadays, they don't talk about that, close quote. Naturally, the governor, like other MLK quoting Republicans, chose not to focus on the fact that King regularly reminded America of its racist roots and said things like, quote, the Republican Party geared its appeal and program to racism, reaction, and extremism. Well, here's the thing. Whatever you think about MLK or the things he said, today he represents and perhaps is would willingly be part of anti-whiteism. Who knows? But he definitely represents and is a part and parcel of anti-whiteism and their attack on Western kind, Western civilization. Again, irrespective of what you think about him or what he said or what you think his actual opinions were. That is what he is today. And that is how he is used today. And that is why Republicans, as we were talking about earlier, they think they're going to get some sort of reprieve from anti-whites by citing their one of the gods in their panoply. By citing him and trying to claim him more than other anti-whites, they think they'll get some sort of reprieve, and anti-whites will then say, okay, we will allow you this time. No, you will never get a permission or approval from anti-whites for anything that gets in the way of them inflicting injury on Western kind. Stop voting. You know, if you are a good person in any of our Western countries and you like Western civilization on projections, then you need to stop supporting these folks. As I said before, view voting as you view a bowel movement. And you need to stop supporting these folks. You need to step up and say, forget about trying to get a reprieve from the anti-whites. They will not give you permission, validation, or approval for anything. So just tell it like it is. I mean, everybody's laughing at you. Bess is laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. Come on. Anyway, Bess really wrote anyway. As MSNBC's Jahan Jones notes, This whole bill is about, quote, prioritizing white hypersensitivity over truthful teaching, and saying, quote, lessons about America's racist and sexist past are acceptable only if they don't offend white people. So there you have it. Everybody, I hope, can see this. Jahan Jones, Bess Lavin, and what other anti-whites who are participating in this, they are revealing here that if you are that if you're white, toughen up and allow your children to be victimized, because that's what they want to do. Lessons about America's racist and sexist past are acceptable only if they don't offend white people. So what he's saying is there, what's the flip side? It has to offend. It has to injure. It has to psychologically and spiritually abuse. Toughen up and allow anti-whites to do that to you and your children. Well, go to hell, Jahan Jones. Okay, and then what is this? Something in like a lighter, let's just jump to the end. Incidentally, the Florida bill's approval by the State Senate Education Committee comes the same month that Indiana held a hearing about its proposed Senate Bill 167, which would ban, quote, divisive concepts, close quote, in classrooms, and 3 months after a Texas school superintendent was compelled to apologize for one of his district's administrators telling teachers that if their classroom had a book about the Holocaust, they should also provide students with access to a book containing an opposing perspective about the systemic killing of approximately 6 million Jewish people. Is Bess going to get in trouble for saying approximately? We can come back to that at another point, because we've got to keep moving. But I want you to think about this. You got white people all over the country. They're getting fed up. They're looking for answers. They're looking for concepts that enable them to have a moral construct in which they can defend their well-being and the well-being of their children. We have it. It's called going free of the anti-white narrative. Let's get these concepts to these people. Let's not read anymore about, not hear anymore about Indiana wanting to ban divisive concepts, because you know that they're just hiding because they feel it's immoral to say, we're sick and tired of you demonizing white people and inflicting injury on our children. We're sick of it. And people of all, whites of all ages, we're sick of it. We're sick of our civilization being white erased and destroyed. We're sick of it. The bottom line is, when you say something like they want to ban divisive concepts, that's never going to stand up in court. Give me a break. You know what will stand up in court, at least in a way that will empower whites? It will either fall in court and empower whites, or stand up in court and empower whites. And that is to say that the victimization is geared directly at white people. You'll be able to provide mountains of evidence in court. You'll be able to defend this to the hilt. And then if the anti-whites decide in the bench or in wherever it is, whoever's seeing it, if they decide, too bad, too sad, we're going to go ahead and continue to victimize you, good. Because then the millions and tens of millions of white people realize that this is not about all of these pretexts. This is not about doing good for this group or picking this group up or preventing this, or you have to do that because it's the moral or ethical thing, or we would want to be treated this way and so we're going to treat people that way. No, it's just about victimizing white people. And when you get tens of millions of people, 100 million of white people in the US and tens of millions elsewhere in Western countries, when you get them in a moral matrix to understand that that is happening to us, it is the end to the anti-white narrative. And the anti-whites like Bess know it. And that's why they're resorting to this taunting, toughen up, whitey, toughen up, white people, and take the victimization. That's why this Jahan, or whatever this scumbag anti-white is saying, prioritizing white hypersensitivity. What do you say in response to an anti-white saying something like that? Give some ideas in the live chat in keeping with your practice of going free. You know, maybe something like, I don't give a damn what you say. I'm going to continue defending myself. I don't get if they say, well, you're just fragile. I call it self-defense, and I have to self-defend myself I have to defend myself because you are attacking an anti-white. You are the problem. Are you so fragile you can't stand me pointing out that you're anti-white? That's how we have to handle these SOBs. And with that, we'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right. Well, we are going to jump right into the Going Free lesson of the day, and we're going to be zooming through what we have left here. First, we're going to get to your questions or comments of financial gifts. We jump over to entropy. It's so wonderful to see you all. You know, we're also going to read quickly just a portion of when we get into the Going Free lesson of the day is over on AmRen, American Renaissance.com. We have a wonderful gentleman, Guy White, who had a piece published there. It's his own personal story of going from vague to aware of the world and what's happening and coming to the mountain's top of the practice for going free. But first, we will jump over to entropy and we will say hello to the great tall Kevin. And let's see, Lockie is here. Dean is here. Eternalism is here. Bird's Eye View is here. One of Western Kind is here. The great Franklin, the magnificent First Last. Popcorn Power is here. So many champions. Tall Kevin writes here with a $7 financial gift. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, have you noticed an increase of traffic on your site since the advertisement was put up? Now, remember, folks, the great Tall Kevin financially gifted $2,500 that was he put to use in an advertisement for the practice of going free, and we have seen an uptick in traffic. Thank you so much, champion for Western Kind. He says, also, Amazon blocked my ability to give ratings after I gave a 1-star review on Gad Saad's forgery of a book, which he shamelessly stole from you. Oh, well, I tried. Isn't that interesting? Tall Kevin. Well, excuse me. Everyone in this Gad Saad character, I had my ability to review anything on Amazon taken from me arbitrarily when I pointed out that there were, at no point did I say plagiarize or anything of that nature. I purchased the book from Amazon. And remarkably, just like Tall Kevin here, I wrote a review and saying that I didn't think much of the book. Meanwhile, this piece of shit, this human waste, which is what this guy is going out there and lying to massive audiences about me and us and what we stand for. And maybe he'll continue doing this. But it's interesting how on Amazon, how this book, his endeavors, his speeches now, everything coming long after, even me being published on that platform, coming long after it was any of those things were a twinkle in any of his conversations or videos or anything of that nature, coming long after. And this guy is out there in Amazon. You write something negative, at least I do, Tall Kevin did. Mine was very respectable. And they're yanking it. Well, it's very interesting because there's this notion in the white sympathetic sphere that when people come up with things that serve our folks, they come up with ideas, they come up with organizations, they come up with concepts, that all of a sudden there are these abstractionist versions that come into being within a couple years, right after these abstractionist versions. And the concepts, the organizations, whatever, are recreated, stripped of anything that will benefit Western Kind. And then that is what's pushed out into the masses in our faces of our brothers and sisters. Gad Saad, by his own verbiage, by his own words, has said that he's, I think he said, correct me if I'm wrong, that he's made millions off of his book. Millions. Isn't that something? And it's not, of course, just the money, but it's convincing our brothers and sisters out there that to keep them in a state of being hyper individualists so that in this world of collectives, they can be brutalized until we are no more. Thank you, Tall Kevin, for everything you have done, are doing, and will do in service to white well-being. You're a true champion, brother. We have another one, true champion here. Let's get out the raucous emoji. She hit the $20 mark. Yizz, the unifier, financially gifting $20. Dropping my weekly folk tithe now because I have to work late tonight and won't be able to join you guys live. I'm listening while driving, but won't be able to chat. Amazing success is all around us these days. I even heard someone use the word anti-white at work, and I almost did a backflip on the spot. Kip, well, Kip indeed, sister. Thank you so very much. Thank you for that testimonial and your grand service to white. Another wonderful raucous emojis out. Keep them out because $25 financial gift by the one and only Mrs. Jess Horst. And she says with her financial gift, a grand testimonial, just wanted to do my folk tithing. I am so incredibly grateful, proud, and excited for the Going Free streams, the dialectic being used. We will recapture our destiny. Amen to that. She writes Kip with a little white heart emoji and for love, and then the words our folks. Well, thank you so much for that. And I love our folks too. $25. Thank you, Miss Jess Horst. The great Yizz the Unifier back with another $3 financial gift. Thank you, Yizz, for those $3. I got off work a lot earlier than I expected. I'm here now and would love to share a few minutes of positivity with you if you're doing call-ins tonight. Well, we are, and we will definitely send me a message on Skype so you are near the top, and I will give you a call a little later when we do the calls. I don't know if I can grab that microphone and swivel over. Looks like I can. You all can still hear me, right? Does it suddenly sound weird now? Let's see if we have anybody over here on Cash App. Diamond says, defend yourself, Jason. Specifically against what or whom? Thank you very much. Great to see you, Diamond Dust. Mr. Fookers is in the house. We have the great and the one and only Slots. Financially gifting $1 over here on Cash App. Thank you, good brother. And he writes, no amount of anti-whiteism is acceptable. Indeed, no amount of anti-whiteism is acceptable. And don't you agree? I mean, if these legislators were putting this verbiage into the bills, the anti-whites wouldn't it be great to watch them just become apoplectic? Wouldn't it? I mean, they would be furious. They would be like beating each other up in their houses. They would be throwing things through the windows. I mean, it would just be marvelous because they would realize that they would have to come out against white well-being. And try as they might, we have decades. But we have many tens of thousands of hours of speeching, of videos, of writing, of books, of everything that our brothers and sisters can look to and see what we genuinely are all about. So they're not going to be able to say when it comes to us in service to white well-being, the anti-whites are not going to be able to say, well, what they really mean is XYZ, because folks will be able to see very clearly what we really mean. Cowboy is here. And Soul Existence is here. Let me swivel around. Looks like the stream strength is strong. We're not going to need any of those prostate pills or anything like that. Let's see what you're saying in live chat over at YouTube and the other platforms that we have up. Come on. What in the world has YouTube done? Why? Is anybody else having problems scrolling through the live chat? Touch the mic. No electricity. Everything seems okay at the moment. We'll see what happens. John Jones is over there on D Live. Hello, how are you? And let's see, has anybody tagged me over there? I see some stickers. Jim of 14 UK. Hello to you. Arctic Snow Jogger is there. Hello and welcome. And I've been hearing folks in the white sympathetic sphere talking about how our days are numbered on D Live. I had my ability to take financial gifts on D Live taken away a long time ago. They censored us from being able to take financial gifts there a long time ago. What do they mean by that? Are they about to kick all white sympathetic people off of D Live? Does anybody know? Great to see everybody over there. And on Odyssey, let's go ahead and see. It will come up in a moment. Let's see. We have Maxine Waters is over there. How do you know? And who else is over there? Western Renaissance. Madden is over there. I don't see anybody tagging me. If you have anything you specifically directed at me, please tag me. And I will speak to your comment or question. But otherwise, I think we're blank over there. Thank you all for okay, this is now caught up. Thank you all for being there who are watching there as well. And we have over here, Archangel says brilliantly said about something. Thank you. Wow, well, that's quite a compliment by Jack. Said Jason is a genius. He figured it all out. I appreciate that's very kind of you. Thank you. And let's see. What else do we have? There's the great Azimuth Clark. Great to see you. Samantha is here. Hello to you. And just scrolling through. We'll get to these questions over on the question widget. I think that's just about it. First Class said, don't taunt me with others' donations. That's funny. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and we'll refresh the screen. We'll turn around here. We'll see what's being said. I'll have to close that window because in the once great state of Virginia, it is 27 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is chilly. It is the middle of winter without question. Over here in the question widget, we have Bird's Eye View, who says, Promethean hails, brother. A big Promethean hails to you, and says, how should white well-being advocates respond to those who say prepping for a civil war is the best idea? Well, the people who are preparing for civil war are wasting their time. So if you do you have Go Free, second edition, second iteration? Because there are a few different tools in there that you can refer to when you have these conversations with folks. But these people are just cravens. This is an excuse to be a coward. Preparing for something that's never going to happen is an excuse to be a coward. And so you need to point that out to them, that you can, if it is a friendly scenario, you can say to them, beginning to bring them to something more courageous and productive, you can say, look, you can continue to do your prepping. I disagree with it on different grounds, whatever it might be. You can continue to do your prepping for civil war if you want. But what you should also do is you should be laying the groundwork for improving yourself, for improving your family, for inoculating your children against anti-white ideas, because they're not going anywhere, and changing the world we're in. Because if you think that at some point in the future we're going to be in a civil war scenario, you're going to want the most favorable circumstance for us as possible. And so to do that, you're going to have to spread the curative contagion to as many people as possible, because if you're prepping for something like war, you know that the most impossible thing to do is to buy enough rounds of ammunition for all of the problems out there. Better to turn the problems in to neutralize them, because they don't want to be anti-white. Like Baldur was pointing out, these people who are vagues or otherwise anti-white, when they're put in the position of having to object to white well-being or object to the kind of things that we talk about here, most of them are going to end up falling silent, because, especially white people, because they don't like playing the villain in somebody else's tale. And so lay the groundwork now for a better tomorrow, and then maybe your civil war fears will never come to fruition. Now, the bottom line, of course, I mean, depending upon who you're talking to, and a lot of these folks that are doing this, as I said, they're just engaged in an activity that is fun for them, and they end up putting maps on the wall. That's fun for them. They end up talking about where they'll go. That's fun. All of this stuff that they have no control over, all of this stuff that they can't influence. So it is just about being a coward. Let's put it this way. If you're dumb enough to conclude that there could be a civil war without an oppositional pole, which we've talked about before, then you're not going to be smart enough to do things like properly prep for a civil war, right? All of the things that you would actually need to do. But there is no oppositional pole. So there can't be a civil war, period. So depending on who you're talking to there, you might be talking to somebody who doesn't want to do anything for real because they're too scared. And they're really just playing. And so it's like these guys who have these like monster trucks, but they never go mud bogging in them. They don't even hit potholes with them. So it's those folks. And if you come upon that, you just got to move on. But it's a great question. Thank you, Bird's Eye View. Be aware of your audience. If you're talking online and there are going to be other people reading it, be aware of your audience. Speak to them as well. So thank you so much for that. I hope there were some tips in there. Fiery Rebuke says, a shout out to Mark Dice and the Canadian Freedom Convoy. Mass vax mandates are anti-white. Thank you so much for that. Fiery Rebukes shout out. So let's take a quick look at over there at American Renaissance, a place that would be well served, would well serve their readership if they were to learn about going free, wouldn't it? And in fact, we see here that a champion has, by the name of Guy White, has written them, and this has been published. And yesterday, looks like, February 5th. Now I'm going to jump down. This is all about, and this is a series that American Renaissance has, and you can attempt to participate and tell your story as well. The series about how you became racially aware is what they call it at amren.com. And Guy White, if I jump down here to the bottom, we don't have time to read the whole piece, but I'll jump down to the bottom. This is truly magnificent. So a big round of raucous emojis for Guy White, who writes here, I wanted to understand, this is in the final paragraph, what had changed. What was so completely different about where I'd lived, and where I'd moved? I found Amren and read Jared Taylor's book, White Identity, then read his other books. I found other books, websites, and podcasts, and realized the difference was race. and that forced multiracialism does not work. My journey of introspection on this topic has taken me many places. And when I adopted the model of Jason Kuna's Going Free, I realized that putting white well-being first and foremost in my life changes everything. Placing the well-being of our people as my highest value made my world recalibrate and function properly. I am now an advocate for white well-being, doing what I can to help our people reclaim our destiny. That is magnificent. Thank you so much for that beautiful testimonial, Guy White. And folks, write your piece, get it over there to Amrin and other places. Make your testimonial known. Don't allow people to intimidate you out of it because they want you to talk with World War II lingo or whatever it might be. You tell folks the differences and the changes, the positive changes that the practice of going free has made in your life. And you tell not only those in the white sympathetic sphere, but you tell the world, because it works, it continues to work, and it undermines anti-whites. And sooner than later, people like Bess will find it best to keep her anti-white mouth shut. Now, let's take a look at the Going Free lesson of the day on the word anti-whiteism, which we now see being used by a man who has entered God mode, Mark Dice, on the word anti-whiteism. In the white sympathetic sphere of the early 90s, the thought leaders would variously identify a multitude of ideologies and ideologues as the primary drivers of the social ills damaging our communities. This is at the very front of the book, page 12, in the Roman numerals. Where are we? I perceived that the constant thread between them, ideologues and ideologies, was that they victimized us primarily. And that was when the idea hit me. We were white and our victimizers were anti-white. But anti-white wasn't in my dictionary, nor in the dictionaries at the city library. I was disappointed that such a straightforward and powerful concept was not legitimized by authoritative sources. But I refused to abandon it. It was too perfect. I began using the term to great effect in all of my advocacy. Within weeks, I had added ism to the end of anti-white to identify the superset anti-whiteism, in which all of the subset ideologies were contained. Despite being well received by most, white sympathetic organizational and thought leaders criticized my use of the term because they weren't official. Decades later, on August 23rd, 2020, a heroic practitioner of Going Free, Final Blossom, shared with me a damning discovery he made in a nearly 50-year-old dictionary, and we have it in the book. Anti-white and anti-whiteism were there. Though through the decades, not only were anti-whites creating and corrupting words to victimize us, they were deleting them too. They had removed anti-white and anti-whiteism from our vocabulary to deny us the power of these concepts. The reality is that we think in words. If we do not have the words for our defense, we cannot think or act in our own defense. Let this manipulation of the dictionary be your first proof of the power of words, and in the power of having a lexicon tailored to serve your need, as this book seeks to provide. To have finally gained the added legitimacy of an official endorsement was very welcome. But there is another lesson here. Just because something is not in the dictionary or is not currently in popular use does not mean that it is not valuable to you. sometimes it is absent precisely because it is. So keep that in mind, folks, when you're wondering whether or not you're one of these folks who are wondering whether or not to use anti-white or anti-whiteism or Western kind or white erasure, anti-white narrative, hate hoax, on and on, all of our different powerful concepts. Keep it in mind that those things are often not going to be authoritatively or I guess given sanction by anti-whites, because those things are powerful to you. And don't let the organizational and content leaders in the white sympathetic sphere dissuade you from using those things, especially when they're trying to get you to use World War II lingo instead, or the language of anti-white professors, which we often see in the professoriate. All right. Now, we were talking about this with Baldur. Everything's coming full circle. Didn't plan it, but everything works out beautifully in service to white well-being because the gods, or God, however you want to phrase it, on our side. Confront, challenge, and dispel. CCD. What is that? People ask, and people try to misrepresent all of the time, regrettably. What exactly is the practice of going free? It's a very straightforward thing. You can explain it to yourself, explain it to your friends and family, explain it to strangers. A very straightforward way. It's like working out or eating right. When you do it, you get better. You change the world. When you don't do it, you get worse. And so there are tools in the practice that you implement, just like doing bench press or eating that salad or et cetera, whatever it might be, or that big steak, to combat white noir and to combat white noir and mitigate the control MPs exercise over your thoughts and behavior, you must use your conscious mind to override your subconscious mind. By the way, there are folks out there who want to use, who are wont to use the word cult and in reference and misrepresentation of us. There isn't a cult on planet Earth that tells you to think for yourself. Okay? And that's what we do here. You must confront, challenge, and dispel, CCD, your MPs, the instant they are triggered. You do this by consciously asserting with MCs, meme curatives. We CCD because MPs cannot be erased from our subconscious minds. There is no mechanism whereby we can simply delete these ingrained infections. However, by consistently CCDing, you build counter triggers. Now, if you have any questions or comments while I go through this, tag me, make sure you make me aware so that I can fully explain. These counter triggers eventually become part of your subconscious mind. And remember how important the subconscious mind is. When an MP is triggered by a cue in your environment or your conscious thoughts, your counter trigger is triggered by the MP, thereby decreasing and even negating the MP's influence. The formula is like this: Q, triggered MP, triggered counter trigger, MP negated. Establishing subconscious counter triggers is fundamental to the process of going free. To CCD, and this is on page 132, 133, second edition, iteration 2. To CCD, you must create a countervailing statement, a statement that offsets the MP with equal or greater force, as opposed to a disapproving statement. For example, if confronted with the MP that, quote, diversity is strength, it would be incorrect to say, quote, diversity isn't strength, or, quote, it's not true that diversity is strength. Rather, when confronted with the MP that diversity is strength, CCD with one or more of the following: diversity is weakness. Diversity is conflict. Diversity is white erasure. Diversity is dyssynergistic. Diversity is death. Now, when we're talking about the concept diversity here, we're obviously talking not about its dictionary definition, which means multiple and varied. We're talking about the anti-white tool, a meme pathogen used against us. Because we have, I remember a conversation years ago where anti-whites were saying that there was no diversity at a university. I think it was in Eastern Europe, and they had something like 100 languages. So it was crazy. It was languages and various hues. I think some of those of the culture, not just countries, but within countries, amounted to like 100 or more. And anti-whites were saying there was no diversity there. Well, there was no diversity by their definition because it was all white people. So they reveal themselves yet again. Now, what you can do is, should I do any more of this? What I'll say here, pick this up at page 132, 133 on your own. If you have any questions or comments, maybe you've got your book open. You can make them now. You can make them next week. You can ask about them, and I will address them during the next Going Free in that case. Having said that, though, initially, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be more of a challenge to come up with a countervailing statement of your own. So you can use MCs that we have in the book. And these are expanding all the time. I've got a ton more, and they're just not in this book. But they'll be in the next iteration, third edition, of course. So you can begin by using these MCs, meme curatives, and that then trains your mind to be able to create countervailing statements of your own. Meme curatives are the remedies for meme pathogens. MCs are the tools that work like MPs, but rather than harm you, they empower you. I've coined many powerful MCs, and below I share some of these as well as some others. So here are a few examples of MCs. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. This is an extremely powerful MC. I have successfully used it hundreds, if not thousands of times to defeat MPs in myself and others. This MC is so powerful because it defeats the MP, all races of man are the same, on which so much of anti-whiteism is built. So keep that one in mind. We have next, racial differences are not skin deep. They extend to the essence of our being. I use this one today without even intending for that to work together so harmoniously. Anti-whites often trivialize the profound racial differences by saying the differences among the races is no more than pigment or skin tone. They have no problem identifying who needs to be victimized. No problem. White people who are not anti-white, those are the ones who need to be victimized. No problem identifying that. But when it comes to undermining you and identifying the group that's being victimized, your group, and that you're going to defend your group, they claim there are no differences. It's just pigment. There are no differences. They're just constructs. Again, demonstrating that it's their objective of harming white people and that their reasons, their pretexts are malleable, and they'll do anything they need with them to get to that conclusion. Forced multiracial harmonizing. We are forced to harmonize the racial diversity, which massively diverts our resources, time, talent, and money. And that massive consumption of our resources radically lowers our quality of life in all areas of our lives. We'll do two more. Mutual discomfort as a consequence of bio-spiritual incompatibility is the basis of governmental tyranny and violent balkanization. Governments employ escalating intrusions on privacy and punishments to keep the mutually antagonistic peoples at peace. And something that's very easy to look into history, and you can see, and you can look into recent history. You can see in cities and the like that have become increasingly multiracial, that increasing efforts are made by the government to keep the peace. Now, the main element that keeps the peace right now is, in the West, is the anti-white narrative, that white people are inherently evil and that they are out harming all of the non-white races. And so non-white peoples appear, and other self-proclaimed victim groups, all of the ones that I'm talking about here, anti-white, not good non-white people, they then appear to have unity. And I use the word appear because they are not unified. They hate each other. They just appear to have unity because they have a group that they victimize while claiming that they are being victimized by the same group. Because remember, if you make the assertion that you are victimized in a civil society, Western civilization, you gain the right to self-defense. Well, theirs is a fraudulent right to self-defense because they're not being victimized. But they have the appearance of unity. This is why we talk about elsewhere in the book, the event horizon. That's the point at which percentages within different so-called victim groups that are all anti-white, of all immutable characteristics, when these different groups begin to see the white race as too pathetic to really be responsible for all of the evil in the world, that they then begin to look at each other with a hairy eyeball. And that will be, if we get to that point, and we are endeavoring to not get to that point, if Western civilization gets to that point, that will be the last opportunity for the white race to reclaim its destiny. Because if we don't do it then, it's downhill from there. Finally, we have here, very powerful to use in conversation, anti-white slurs. The language of white oppression, white erasure. That's what anti-white slurs are. Words like racist, bigot, anti-Semite, hater, xenophobe, homophobe, sexist, fascist, etc. While certain anti-white slurs may have reasonable definitions in some contexts, they are all inextricably bound to MPs in the average person's mind. That's the functional definition. As a practitioner of going free, you should strive to avoid using anti-white slurs in any context, as their usage reinforces and legitimizes anti-whiteism. They inflict harm on Western kind by demonizing us and preventing us from defending ourselves. Anti-white slurs offend you. Use that in conversation with anti-whites, that whenever an anti-white slur comes up, you act as offended as you possibly can, because you should be offended as all hell when they use anti-white slurs. The intent, I mean, just imagine any other slur that could be used against you for whatever reason. This is being used against you, the people you love, the people, your greater family of the white race. They're being used against all of us. So make sure that you demonstrate how offended you are when anybody uses an anti-white slur, and demand that it not be permitted in the conversation. And you will see minds changing. And with that, we'll be right back. One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt,
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos to how you identify yourself and your beliefs to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt.
All right, folks, February 18th, I think it is, for Noel Cadet, is going to be dropping an album that is going to be one of the most epic things that has ever happened in human history. And I am looking forward to it. We're going to have a great big party. Noel's going to have a big release. I can't wait for it. Make sure that you are alive this coming February. Is it the 18th? I've got it written down. I think that's what it is. Make sure you're there. We're going to roll so we can get to some of these calls. So really quickly, looks like we have some announcements. The mailbag was empty, so we got nothing there to talk about. We do have any announcements. Let's see. I want to mention again, my good friend Elliot Germain's books, Relevant World History. It's a one book, but it's 2-volume book. This is, as he puts it, everything written from our point of view in world history. And I will put up, let's see. You can get the book, both volumes. Let's see. Directly from Elliot, but I don't see his. I'll tell you what I'll do so we can keep rolling right now. I will put it in the description and you all will be able to find it there. Let's see. Well, oh, wait, you can write to send $70. This is for both volumes, Relevant World History. $70 covers shipping and handling to AOCP P.O. Box 464 Hanover, Virginia, 23069. The check or money order you make payable to AOCP. And I think that you just write AOCP, and I think that was American Organization for Cultural Peace. Or you can jump online to lulu.com/shop. That's LULU.com/shop. And then enter the name Elliot Germain, ELLIOTTGERMAIN, or the title of the book, Relevant World History. And you can buy directly from there. A lot of history buffs out there, and going to find this book, both volumes, very interesting. And we will be sharing it on and off. And I do want to mention again, do not forget that we have the great Tony Vermont, whitepeoplepress.com. Wonderful books for yourself, for loved ones. You can give as gifts, and it's whitepeoplepress.com. Make sure if you want to buy reading, you have reading for a loved one, you have reading for your children, get them books from White People Press. We want to keep Tony in business. Very happy. We want to keep him. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned those. In fact, we have a couple of graphics that Tony made for me, and I think I'll have to share them next time because I don't have them up now. And we're gonna keep rolling, but we will share those graphics that Tony made and a couple weeks ago now. And I really appreciate Tony and the hard work that he's doing in service to white well-being. There is also a link for the White Wellbeing open chat on Telegram. That link is in the description below. So if you would like to participate in a white positive atmosphere, the link is now available for you to do so. And it is a moderated place so as to preserve the white positivity. You are not going to be able to go there and start talking about using World War II vernacular and start talking about using all of this other stuff that is damaging to you, your soul, a lot of it, of course, hypocritical and upset. You're not going to be able to use all of these other conversations that you've had elsewhere. So join up to the White Wellbeing open chat on Telegram if you feel so compelled. And you might want to, since you're new there, you might want to do a lot of reading first to see what does white positive speech look like? What are the kind of things? How can I refer to things? There's going to be a big transformation period, and people can talk to you about that there. They can talk to you about that in these live streams. There's a little bit of disorientation that happens when you change your focus from other groups of people and on their warts or whatever it might be, and more specifically, being inside of the anti-white narrative, living your life in the anti-white narrative. There's a bit of a disorientation when you get off of those pages and you come over into the pages of our story, and you begin to look at everything from the point of view of the protection of our people rather than the ugliness of others. Okay, so I would like you to participate. I would like for you to have this be your first step into changing your life, changing your family, changing your community, and changing our world. That is down in the description below. Thank you so very much for your consideration there. And yes, that is a flag of me on the wall behind me, drinking a coffee, and it's the same mug I have right here. You know, my belief was you never chase applause and acclaim, you just let them come to you. And so that's why, doesn't everybody? So that's why that's up. It's a bit of fun. And I was on PWR, and somebody had asked, a super chatter had asked, should all of the different groups come together? And I took the opportunity to unfurl this flag and say, yes, at some point we should all come together under a flag. I'm not quite sure what flag that would be. And I turned the camera back on, and there that flag was. And Mark and Vince of Red Elephants had a great laugh. So that is indeed a flag of me, for those who have been curious. Let's get to these comments so that I can see what you all have said and get your calls. The great Lovely Porridge writes here, Mark Dice said that soon the ADL will demand that you stop using that word, anti-whiteism. Well, actually, Mark, the white sympathetic sphere beat them to it. That is some powerful stuff right there. Lovely Porridge is brilliant. Mark Dice said that soon the ADL will demand that you stop using anti-whiteism. Well, actually, Mark, the white sympathetic sphere beat them to it. And of course, what Lovely Porridge is talking about is that I've been using anti-whiteism for decades, and the white sympathetic sphere has been saying, no, you can't use that. Don't use that. And more specifically, though, recently, and there's different types of folk, cult nats, if you will, showing up and saying, oh, you can't use that. You got to use the World War II lingo. Unacceptable to use anti-whiteism. Although now some of them they're already picking some of it up and then saying that we didn't do anything. We haven't created anything, and it's always been this way. Whatever. Lovely Porch continues, though. He says, Mark Dice did not only use the verbiage, he told his audience to use it. Now, wait, Lovely Porch isn't talking about this video. This was the previous video that Mark Dice made. So Dice went even further in the latest video. Porch goes on. That's what makes it so awesome. But I heard some guys say, I'm gonna read this part again. Mark Dice not only used the verbiage, he told his audience to use it. That's what makes it so awesome. But I heard some guys say your verbiage was weird and no one would ever use it. I don't know who to believe. The deranged misfit with 6 lights on BitChute who says, don't use those words. Or the family-friendly guy with 2 million subscribers who says, you should use it. Amen to you, Lovely Porch. What a great champion in service to white well-being, brother. What do we have here? Well, I'm not sure. Oh, no, I'm not going to. We'll skip that one for now. We're going to keep rolling. And what do we have here? I don't know if I should read that. That's pretty funny. This was a no, I'm not, because their ear is against the door, and they'll be listening closely. So I have to skip that. We do have something that's magnificent, though, from Borno and his wife, who reached out recently because of the attacks on yours truly. He said, I'm sorry that so many people like me give you a hard time. He's talking about the NS community. But what's great is that Borno and a bunch of other NS have reached out to say that they support me. And they are disgusted with the people who are lying and misrepresenting and attacking all the good work that we're doing. He says, I know you don't have a very high opinion of NSWP people like me, but it's because so many of us attack you. Just so you know, we're not all against you. And I like your ideas and support the good work you do for white well-being. My wife, Vesna, and I are not against you at all. And we know other NS who also like you. And I'm pause right there. There are plenty. There are only like a group that is the real problem. I see your point about not obsessing on other people's and not bothering to focus on jaywalkers or other non-white people. I don't totally agree with you, but I think you have valid points. And I can tell that your heart is pure and your intentions are good. I think it's pathetic and counterproductive for pro-white factions to fight against each other. I understand your perspective and I support your work for our people. It's okay for pro-white people to disagree on certain things and adopt different approaches. All I ask is that you don't condemn all NS just because we disagree on a few things, and some of us are idiots who threaten you. Best wishes. Keep up the good work for white well-being. I wrote back to Borno and his lovely wife, you and your wife are perfect examples of the NS folk who approach the political and economic ideologies of the NS like adults, fair, mature, respectful. And I deeply appreciate you folks. I don't know where you all are from, but most of the NS folks whom I speak with that are really good people are from Scandinavia. I definitely don't put all NS in the same category, and I know that maybe as many as half of the NS who attack me are crypto anti-whites, just pretending to be NS to cause problems. Captain Penguin jumped in after that. He wrote, Jason does not condemn all followers of NS ideology. He has gone on the NRM's podcast and has friendly relations with them since they have a much more reasonable and open-minded approach to white advocacy than other WP and NS types do. It is sad to see these, quote, name them or you're one of them, close quote, types attacking him, as there could be much better relation without these people causing issues. I agree completely. And I think that when people like this are not making cogent adult points, when they are not being intellectually honest, when they do not have a goodwill at heart, the likelihood of them being anti-whites, just cryptos, is high. And that's why here in my chat, we don't allow them to come in and start misrepresenting and slandering people. They get silenced. This is my house. You can have free speech on your channel all you want out in the public square. But in my house, you're not going to slander white well-being. You're not going to slander our people. You're not going to misrepresent the work that we're doing. And as you can see, even these folks who are maybe genuinely NS who are attacking me, or as I say, at least half of them are probably cryptos, anti-whites, pretending to be NS, building reputations and attacking me. Those folks ultimately are in the minority, because I've received now since several weeks ago now, since there were some several death threats and other misrepresentations and slander. I have had more than 10 NS people, including couples, reach out from Canada, Scandinavia, and Borno will tell you where he's writing from here in a moment. I'll read the final comment. Have reached out and said, it's not us. We have nothing to do with those psychos that are cussing you and every single thing. They have like this hyper focus. They can't stop just saying something negative about me and trying to undermine white well-being. It really tells you something, doesn't it? Well, these folks, their groups and the rest, in fact, the piece that I played a moment ago was made by Andreas. So come on, I mean, this is ridiculous. So that these healthy folks, they're stepping up, and good for them, and saying, hey, these others, these scumbags are not who we are. Please don't throw us in the same bag. Borno wraps it up here, says, yes, Jason, I believe you are correct. At least half of the people who attack you are crypto anti-whites, and the others who attack you are just low intelligence, dogmatic losers. My wife, Vesna, and I watch all your videos, and we have great respect for you. I have great respect for you all as well. You are a man of honor and integrity. You're doing a lot of important work for our people. We are from Serbia. Our family are a mix of Southern Slavic and Germanic. Keep up the good work, brother. I dare say, it's funny. For some reason, the NS people, the ones I said recently, over 10, and I'm not counting Borno and his wife as 2, I'm counting them as 1, from Canada, Scandinavia, and Serbia. For some reason, and these people are good reaching out, and they're saying, we support you, don't agree with every single thing, but we can tell you're a man of character, you're doing good work for white well-being. For some odd reason, these people can spell and put a sentence together. And they, I mean, it's remarkable. It's remarkable that these folks are like normal or something. Not like the ones who just every time I speak have something negative to say and want to slander me again. But enough of that. Let me get to what you all are saying over here on Entropy. And we're going to take calls because we just passed the bottom half of the hour and we want to get your calls in before the top of the hour when we wrap up. And we have, let's say, is that Icon Ward? Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much. Now I take the glasses off and I can't see. I could see a moment ago. Thank you so much. And it looks like Yizz the Unifier is first on the calls. Thank you so very much for the financial gift, $10. And I think it's the very first time I'm seeing you. So welcome, welcome. Thank you so very much. Great job standing up to your narrative that isn't demonizing different people, whether anti-white or not. It is far more important to focus on building ourselves up rather than trying to bring others down. Yes. Real shame that others haven't come to that conclusion, that the issue is systemic, not directed. Yeah, thank you so much for that great testimonial, for the $10 financial gift. In our story, we do not, our story of Western kind. I want you to pay close attention. Maybe this is one to be clipped. In our story, we do not condemn a group of people, any group of people, for any immutable characteristic, for many reasons. Number one, it's immoral. It doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with normal white people to condemn people for immutable characteristics. It won't sit well with our brothers and sisters out there when you are a hypocrite, when you say that you don't want to be demonized for being white, but you're going to demonize some other group for whatever they are. But there's something else. And of all of the arguments that I share, this might be the one that I share the least often because it's pragmatic, when I think ultimately the question is moral, whether or not you condemn a human being for an immutable characteristic. And I believe that to be immoral. But there are many pragmatic reasons why we focus on ourselves. One that I don't share very often is, in our story, we are never going to force an individual, because of their immutable characteristic, to fight to the death. And that's what you do when you condemn a people for their immutable characteristics. We tell them that you can be anti-white, you could be neutral, you could be an advocate for white well-being and want to help us put an end to anti-whiteism and save Western civilization and the world. That choice is yours. So you might feel like the deep blue sea is at your back, but it's not the devil at your front. You can come away from being anti-white. You can slide out that peninsula and go off and be neutral out in the hills. We're never going to corner a people and make them fight to the death. And the dumbest thing I could imagine, for me at least, it seems so dumb, is that to claim that some group of people has supreme power and that they control the currencies of the world. I'm not saying that there aren't people who do. I'm just saying to claim this, to claim that there's a group of people with all this power, that they control the printing of currencies, that they control all of the dissemination of news and information, and then to make every single one of them have to fight to the death against your well-being. I can think of nothing stupider than that. Thank you very much, brother, for that testimonial and that financial gift. Promethean Promulgation, a great Herculean champion for white well-being, writes with $10. Anyone saying anything about mental health at all is a perfect occasion to mention the blatant anti-whiteism in the APA style guide. Well, that's interesting. So the APA writing style guide, he says, anybody talking about mental health, you can mention the blatant anti-whiteism. Thank you very much for that Promethean promulgation. I have not looked at it, so I am unaware. Thank you for putting eyes on it and bringing our attention to it. Yeah, whenever anybody talks about mental health and how the mental health of any of our countries is declining, that's an opportune time to talk about anti-whiteism and the effect on white people. Slots, the great champion, over here now, financially gifting $3. Thank you, brother. It says, it is hate hoaxing. Is it hate hoaxing when, without any evidence at all, no ant-nat symbols? Trudeau calls the convoy anti-white slurs. Yeah, it's anti-white lies. But is it hate hoaxing as well? You can absolutely make the case, brother. Absolutely. And do let us know when you are in conversation. Ultimately, what's happening there is anything that undermines an anti-white's ability to inflict injury on Western kind, Western civilization. First of all, that's what they want to do in every scenario. So you don't need some sort of grand plan to be afoot prior to the scenario. You just need to present the scenario and the anti-whites will respond accordingly. Any effort that's going to prevent an anti-white from doing that is going to elicit anti-white slurs. And by saying that, well, these are a bunch of Nazis or these are a bunch of whatever. And by the way, there are folks out there that will say, well, there's no use in not calling yourself a Nazi because they're going to call you a Nazi anyhow. Good. I'm not concerned with what a radical anti-white's going to call me. I'm concerned with my brothers and sisters out there that are winnable in the tens, even hundreds, of course, millions around planet Earth. So when they say that, you can absolutely go to our brothers and sisters and point out how they are hate hoaxing, claiming that this is something getting in the way of their victimization of Western kind, Western civilization. Remember, changing Western civilization into something that we did not project is anti-white by definition. Let's get out the raucous emojis for the one and only Dude Bro Moments, who just financially gifted $50. 50. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. And he writes, with those $50, those 50 beautiful testimonial dollars for white well-being. And I am so very grateful for that, brother, for those testimonials. You've really been a shining knight in armor since you have shown up. We deeply appreciate you. I don't see, get ready for the call, folks. I don't see any tags over there on Odyssey or financial gifts, and I don't see any tags here on D Live. I will swivel around, and we have, keep those raucous emojis going. Thank you all very much for breaking them out, because we have the great, the one and only, been here for a long time, Quebec. Still talk about the beginning of the world with us, which is how we're going to write the history books when we recover our destiny. $50. God bless you, brother, and I deeply appreciate those $50 as well. He writes, keep up your great work. God bless you. A great example of somebody who's automatically gifting, but then steps in over the course of the month to make sure that he gifts as well. First Last writes in the live chat, to blame another group is inaccurate, immoral, and ineffective. Beautifully written, brilliantly written. Thank you for that. Jason is Bruce Wayne, says the great Odin Sire. Great to see you, brother. Who is that? Is that the... Wait, it appears it's Batman. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. All right, I don't see any other tags in here, so we are going to make a call over to the one and only Yizz the Unifier, and here it goes.
Hello, is my mic working tonight?
It is working beautifully. Let me see if I can swivel mine and keep it working. Yes.
Okay, how about now? Is it all right?
We can hear you fantastic. How are you doing tonight? What's your marvelous story that you have?
I know I have a marvelous story. I just wanted to share some positivity and just talk about a few things.
Okay.
First up, I think you skipped my my last entropy chat.
Did I?
It was $3 right before the one from Icon Ward.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yep. Okay. Let me read it. $3 financial gift from our dear sister here on the phone right now. I'm going to share some positivity. She says, being responsibly prepared to defend your family is a good idea, but dedicating your life to, quote, war prepping, close quote, is a self-destructive path I recommend avoiding. I once walked that path before going free. Amen to that 10 times over. You were so absolutely right. And it's framed beautifully because so many people end up wasting their lives. And I've talked before about old timers who are such old timers that they're dead now. And they spent their lives prepping for the Civil War that never came. And they could have done so much good in their lives.
I have people in my family that way too.
Oh, boy.
Because my family has lived in this area for like 200 years. So, I grew up being told about the evils of the Union and how great the Confederacy was and that kind of thing. And the people in my family, they, some of them take it too far and they talk about, what's coming and we got to be ready and all that. And I get where they're coming from, but I think that it's half cope and half stupidity to think that you and a bunch of guys with commercially purchased firearms are going to be in any way a fighting force against what the anti-white government that we live under could possibly do to us. I think that's just silly.
It is silly.
And they could use their money and their time on much more constructive things. But we can leave that alone. The one thing that it made me remember was a few months ago, actually it was much longer ago than that. I guess it was last summer now on PWR. One of the super chats I sent, or entropy chats I sent in, I forget who the guest was on PWR, but you guys, I think it might have been with Sam and Laura, I don't remember, but you were talking about activism and the whole boog question and, military prepper stuff came up. And I sent in something that was along the lines of, I don't believe these guys who talk about the boog talk, like, yeah, it's going to be so based. We're going to get the guns and when the shit hits the fan, we're going to do A, B, and C. I don't believe those people for a second.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't is if a man is unwilling to pick up a phone or to make a call or to change his lexicon or to hand out flyers, I don't think he's willing to pick up a rifle. I don't think he's willing to put his life and his health on the line if it came to that. I don't think these people are serious at all. I think they're full of shit. and that's why I don't truck with people who want that stuff and talk about that kind of stuff anymore. I think that it is immature and ineffective to talk that way and to live that way, because it's not only that, but similar to going full LARP with your Aunt Nattery, the boog prep war talk also alienates you from friends and family, and that's the path that I was going down, and I'm glad that I got off of it.
Well, I could talk about glad. I could not say how delighted I am that you got off of that path and are going free, because you have had so many monumental successes, and those successes are reverberating rapidly, even now, just within a blink of an eye of the totality of your life and the time you still have to give in service to yourself and white well-being.
Absolutely.
And it'll continue long after you're gone.
To do the same. I understand that a lot of us grew up with neo-confed or NS stuff, and a lot of us came to it through a bunch of different avenues because we were persecuted, or we were jilted by a lover because of anti-white reasons. But you have to move beyond the hate, the frustration, and the desire for bloody revenge. Those are all paths to self-destruction, misery, and loneliness. Yeah. I know, because I walked those paths. Mm-hmm. You have to make your life about love and positivity and building, because we are in a dark pit of anti-whiteism. Mm-hmm. We aren't going to get out of it by grabbing someone's neck or fighting in the pit. We get out of it by building. We get out of it by lighting, by lights. And you build up towards the light, and you pull other people up out of that filth. And that's what we have to make our focus on. And I'm so thankful that I met this community and I embraced the Go Free method, because I needed something or I was going to self-destruct. And it not only does it make my life better, it works in a bigger way that makes the lives of all of us better. And just imagine if there was 1,000 me right now, and then next year there was 1,000,000 of me. And you've got Mark Dice, maybe somebody even bigger than Mark Dice might pick it up. Maybe somebody like, that's why I sent in the $50 when he said anti-white animus. That's why I sent you $50 immediately and said, you send the governor of Florida a Go Free book right now.
And he has one from you.
And but anyway, before I get too excited with that, I wanted to cover some basics here. My Go Free Patriot Picnic Barbecue thing is going to be April the 2nd. I have picked a day. So on Saturday, April 2nd this year, here in a couple months, I'm renting a nice covered set of picnic tables at a very nice park locally here in East Tennessee. And if you want to come by that Saturday, I'll be there at 10 a.m. and we're going to be there all day until dark. I see people asking where. I'm not saying exactly where, but it is in the Tri-Cities area of Eastern Tennessee. And if you would like to come and visit us, I'm going to have food and drinks and stuff. I'm going to have some copies of Go Free, the few that I have left from the event that Jason so graciously gifted me out of the White Wellbeing funds. The few of those that I have left from the event, I'll be bringing to the picnic to give to families that don't have one. And it's a family-friendly event. There's not going to be any going to the range. There's not any, events scheduled other than just eating and drinking and merriment. So I just want to, every year in the spring, I want to host a Go Free picnic get-together for families, because there's a nice big play park for children there. And it's pretty cheap to rent. I think it's only $50 to rent the thing. So it doesn't cost a lot of money. There's no fee for you to get there other than you got to get yourself to where I am. And if you want to come, you can email me at yizztheeunuch@protonmail.com. You can get a hold of me on my myriad social media. You can go over to my YouTube channel that has links to all my social media over there. You can talk to me on Telegram or Gab or whatever. And let me know if you want to come. I'd like to know at least a week or so ahead of time, which is by the end of March, who all wants to come. Right now, we've got about 7 people that are coming. Probably about another 5 or 6, I would guess, are in the works. And it's just going to be a one-day affair, so you don't have to worry about getting a hotel or sleeping out in a tent or anything. So just let me know, get a hold of me, let me know if you're going to come, and let me know what you're going to bring, and if you're bringing kids or a dog or whatever. So hopefully that'll be fun and it'll go well, and we'll have some fun pictures and maybe a short video to put up about it. But it's going to be mostly an offline, not for channel content thing, just something I want to start hosting every year. And remember, I just had my Patriot camping trip last October. Every October, I'm hosting a White Positive U.S. Patriot camping trip, where a lot of the guys I met in the MAGA community and the former Boob Boys and us, we're going to go way out into the boonies and camp all weekend. We shoot a bunch of guns. Well, there's a whole bunch of targets and milk jugs that wish that they never met us after that weekend. So that's what I'm going to host that at a particular campground that I love, not too far from here. Every October, but the next one coming up is going to be the all day picnic thing. So let me know if you want that. What was I going to? The other thing I want to talk about. You brought up anti-white slur earlier.
Yeah,
that is incredibly powerful. I've been using it at work. And earlier, my intro message talked about somebody saying anti-white at work, and I almost did a backflip. Well, this guy I work with, I really like. He's a young guy. He's only 19. He's in his first year of college. And he's at the building that I work at the most out of the 3 buildings I frequent for this work. Okay. And I forget what – it wasn't anything serious. It wasn't somebody actively being anti-white. It was somebody that said something from a song – or something like that, and somebody said, "Oh, that you don't want to be." They used the R slur. They said, "Oh, you don't want to be racist saying that." And this guy, whose name I won't say, he said, "Oh, you better not say that. That's an anti-white word. Yizz will get on you if she hears you say that." And that made me happy to know that they know that I am actively policing anti-white speech where I work. And even though it was said in good fun, they weren't mocking me. They were just, you know how people at work do. You just, you laugh back and forth about each other's idiosyncrasies and stuff like that. But like I said, except for one person in one store, everybody I work with is white, and we're mostly all locals anyway. So it's, the same kind of folk around here.
Right.
And it was just really cute and made me happy that I am known at work as the person who polices anti-white slurs and lets people know not to use anti-white slurs. It just made me feel good.
That's wonderful. Yes, everybody should feel good about that. That they'll step up, that they're known for stepping up and saying, no anti-white slurs. I mean, over the years, I've had, and I grew up with a lot of, multiracial environment with non-white kids who were my friends, and they all knew that they couldn't say anything anti-white around me. There's no problem if you are known for just, look, you're not going to insult me and my people. And it seems it is so natural that once you start doing it, you're going to wonder, why haven't I always said, no, you're not going to say anti-white things here. You're not going to say them. At least don't say them in my presence. The moment you do that, you'll be making a big difference in the world. And trust that the moment you do it, you'll also find that there are other white people who will give you the, oh my gosh, I totally agree with you. Thank you for saying something, look.
And also not just white people. I want to point out, I don't want to sound like a Republican and go on about the minorities, but it's also non-white people, because there's a mixed race guy at one of the buildings I work with and a black woman, right? Mm-hmm. And they like me. They like what I have to say. They know that I'm not a hater. And they agree with me when I say that word racist is an anti-white slur. Every time that word gets used, it means the future or opportunities need to be taken away from white people. So we shouldn't participate in that game. That's a game where we suffer and then everybody suffers. And when you talk like that, and you make it about the immoral victimization of a people, anyone with good conscience and anyone with any moral fiber agrees. And we win when you talk that way. And it really does work. It works on people of any immutable characteristic. It works everywhere I've ever taken it in this once great country of ours, like you say about Virginia. It just works. And I highly recommend everybody just, I know I sound like a broken record, but you have to do the whole method. I say it's the Go Free method because it's a methodology. Yes. Just like how if you're going to do keto, you got to do the whole thing or it doesn't work.
Yep.
Like with Go Free, you got to understand it. You got to do the whole thing. You have to implement it, and you got to live it. Your mind changes. Your focus changes. Your priorities shift accordingly to loving your people, and that makes you love yourself.
Yep.
You love yourself better because you're doing genuine good things that come from a genuine good place, and that's chicken soup for the soul, as they used to say.
Amen to that, sister.
I was going to say something else that made me happy. Oh, I don't get a chance to talk to you much because I've been working so much. Yeah. But one of the things in my entropy chat about how there's success all around us.
Yeah.
Well, DC Perspective. Dave?
Yes. Yeah.
He's been on, I think he was on tap with Prudentialist a while back.
Yeah.
Well, on his Martin Luther King Day stream, he used the word anti-white and anti-whiteism just as casually as you and I do.
Awesome.
And then that I've been working academic agents community something fierce for the last year.
Yeah.
I'm in the chats. I'm in the Telegram. I'm getting on their streams. I'm talking to excuse me. I'm talking in the private chat that they have set up. I talk to some of the guys on Twitter, and they use the words anti-white a lot now. They don't say anti-whiteism much, but I even caught old AA saying anti-white slur the other day. Now, where do you think he learned that word?
Yes.
Who do you think taught him that word, huh?
Yeah.
So it's like, him and his 66,000 subscribers and his 1,000 per stream live viewers, it's like, I know that's not big time, but
no, that is big time.
I absolutely think that's because of me constantly, leaving him little $3 and $5 entropy chats about anti-whiteism all the time and putting comments about, you should just call it anti-white. Call it what it is. I'm tired of you not calling it what it is. You can say this. Don't you say that anti-white slur no more. And if you keep on people enough, they have to relent, because when other people in the community start saying, yeah, that Yizz has a point. Why don't you just say this? Call it what it is. Stop calling it by these other abstractionist terms. Start calling it what it is. And it works.
Damn right.
It's just great hearing the people that I like, people that I followed for years on YouTube, people that that I know personally, like that Uzulu guy, that centrist free speech warrior guy over in the UK. I love his community. He doesn't agree with me on certain things. A lot of people in his community embrace degenerate things that I reject, but he has a big voice. He talks to a lot of disaffected white folks. He talks to a lot of extra ex or post liberals. He talks to a lot of ex or post Republicans. And the most important thing, he covers the evil lies of the fake news. And that's how I got to him. I said, you know what? All these times that they're saying white supremacist and Natsoc and Nazi and fascist and all this, all these terms, they're just anti-white slurs. Every time that you see one of them words in this fake news that you're debunking all the time, what does those words always mean? It means evil white person is a villain.
Yeah.
Every single time. So you just call them words anti-white slurs, and he started doing that. And now he calls them anti-white slurs.
Nice.
And the great thing is, this is not manipulation. It's not me playing people. Because when you embrace the Go Free method, you realize that not only is it moral to take these steps, it is effective and scientifically accurate to use this language. And that's how I approach other content creators. I get on their channels, or I get in their private chat, or I talk to them directly via email or PM, and I tell them, hey, you would be more effective, and people will remember what you say if you use this. And I'll drop some lexicon, or I'll drop a meme curative in there, and it just works. And if thousands of us started doing this and pressuring all of our favorite content creators, even if it's just people that review video games, even if it's people that just cover the fake news and laugh about it, then this is how the meme curatives, the curative contagion spreads, is with confidence, love, and truth. And that's how I take this language to all these content creators, and it's undeniable. They know that I'm not trying to get over on them. They know that I'm not trying to get money out of them or get them to sell a product. They know that I genuinely care about my people and what's right. And I think that we can all do that.
Amen to you. Promethean hails to you. You are glorious. What a powerful message.
I just want our people to have a future, and I want the lies to stop. That's all I want.
Amen, sister. We're gonna have to let you. We'll have to let you go now.
Call in tonight. I know I talked a lot, but I'm excited. I haven't been able to call in or do much lately. I've been so busy working.
We wanted you to talk, but we'll have anytime you're able to call back in and talk, we will have you back. Okay? You just let me know.
Well, thank you very much. God bless all of you. I pray for you all every week, and I look forward to meeting some of you at my Go Free picnic. I hope you all have a great night, and God bless you and Carlisle. I'm happy for the both of you.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet.
Good night, Jason. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Promethean hails. We have Mr. V up next. You were saying Promethean hails. I accidentally clicked her off. Mr. V is up next, and we're going to give him, he's going to have like 7, 8 or so minutes. We're calling right now.
Hey, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I sure can, brother. The floor is yours for the next 7 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, brother, I can't do calls past 9 because I have a call at this time. So.
Oh no!
I have another call.
You have a call right now. Okay.
I have another call that's always scheduled on Sundays at 9 p.m.
Okay.
That's why I mentioned on the Skype message.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I'll quickly say, no worries, brother. I'll quickly mention. Let me pull up here. Before I go, I want to mention the newest GFC, and I had a talk with that GFC leader.
Okay.
So very exciting stuff. It's No White Guilt Clips.
Oh, No White Guilt Clips.
It is his GFC. So I would like to plug his GFC and make sure that I can at least get his GFC out there. So No White Guilt Clips has a New England GFC that is newenglandgfc@gmail.com. I'll repeat that again. The email for No White Guilt Clips GFC is newenglandgfc@gmail.com. So I know there's some New Englanders there in the chat. I know about you guys. You guys got to get active, and you have to join the GFCs and other people as well. These GFCs will not build themselves without your participation. You've got to get involved. You've got to join. Find out where there's a GFC, what location, and join them. And if there's no GFC in your area, join one of the international GFCs, one that allow for people to join online. And if people want to join my GFC, that's international. We're located in Ontario, Canada. You can email me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. And also, if you are a GFC leader and you want to talk about vetting or you want assistance setting up your GFC, you can also email me there, gofreeclub@protonmail.com. That's all I can do for tonight, brother. My apologies,
No.
but I will call in next week. And if possible,
Yes.
If we can do so before 9 p.m.
Amen. Absolutely. We will. Thank you for
Thank
everything.
you so much, brother. Thank you, brother. And take care. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. Man, bye-bye. What a great champion that is. We're going to have to leave it with the calls there tonight, but we'll have the anyone else who wants to call in next week. We'll have you on. We'll have Mr. V on before 9 o'clock so that we can hear everything from him. He's got so many things going on in service to white well-being. The truest of champions, Mr. V. I don't think there's anybody who would question even for a moment how magnificent this gentleman is. And we have the great No White Guilt Clips, another true champion who's come on the scene and making absolutely marvelous things happen. As you all, many of you see the clips that he makes and always making me look better than I actually am. And that's wonderful because it'll help bring people in that otherwise would not have known. They might have come across me and said, wow, this guy is loquacious. But No White Guilt Clips makes it punchy, powerful, and magnificent. And we're very appreciative of that. And now he is starting a GFC, a Going Free Club. Very different. It's like the White Wellbeing chat that is on Telegram, where you can find the link for that in the description below, folks. Make sure if you're interested to participate in that. When you go to a GFC and you join a GFC, if it's the New England one, which I'm very excited about, if you participate, you join. This is all about the love of our people, love, hope, and redemption. It's all about the practice of going free because of the success that it has, the changes it will make in your life and in the world around you. So you're going to come most assuredly with a lot of ideas about what it means to be white sympathetic, but you're going to learn what it means to be white positive. And those are two very different things. Being white sympathetic, being white positive is contained within the white sympathetic idea, but it is, instead of just having a sympathy and then implementing a bunch of strategies, tools that don't work, tools that are immoral, tools that undermine our people, whatever it might be, we implement an entirely different strategy. It might not be the last way that succeeds, but it certainly is the only way that has succeeded all the way around planet Earth. This is the best secret in the white sympathetic sphere is the practice of going free. Become a part of a GFC. When you reach out to people who are starting and operating GFCs, you'll find out more about what those are. I plan on making a short video about it, so people will have a better understanding, because they're very different from the kinds of groups and organizations that we have implemented in the past in the service of our people's well-being. And that's because of the different methods by which all of those endeavors are undermined by anti-whites. This is an entirely different creation. Very excited about Yizz and the April 2nd picnic, day-long picnic that is going to be held. We'll talk more about that. I'll find out more about that so that I can share that with you as well. I think it was New England GFC at gmail.com was Mr. V told us about the new No White Guilt Clips GFC. I hope that was accurate. If not, we'll clear that up and get that right for everybody. But once again, as we run into the final seconds here, it has been another just stupendous time of going free together. We're having success after success after success. Do not look to some of the old metrics for what success means. The old metrics have failed. There have been marches that are 200% larger. There have been protests that are 200% larger in Western countries when they were almost 100% white, and they did not succeed.
that should have a great impact on your consideration of whether or not those metrics are the way to go. If you are in a conservative environment, if you're in a Republican environment, if you're in any of these environments where they are steering you down these dead-end blind alleys one after the other, the time has come to get out of this vicious cycle and get into a virtuous cycle. You can see what's coming. The next Glenn Beck or whatever it's going to be, you can see what they're going to present to you again. You know the kind of argument that they're going to make to you again that draws your attention away from the reason that we are being actually attacked. The reason why you are victimized as a white individual is because Western kind is victimized as a people. The reason why, if of whatever race that you're in, the reason why the world that you have grew up with, the world that you knew, the world that you loved in the West, the world that you wanted to be a part of, the world that you wanted to bequeath to your children so that they could be in those same safe and fair environments and etc. That world is being destroyed by anti-whites, and it will only change. It will only stop when good people of all backgrounds come together to put an end to anti-whiteism for the good of us all. Hey, it was just February 2nd, and that little groundhog decided he was going to crawl back into his little labyrinthian home condo that they put him up in, which means that we're going to have about 6 more weeks or so of winter. What a surprise. He's pretty lazy. I wrote a comedy book. We're not all business here. We have some comedy as well. It may or may not have something to do with groundhogs. It'd be worth checking out if you want a little giggle. It's a novelette, and you can find it on Amazon. You can also find it on NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Maybe one of these days we'll put a flag or two up on the store as well. We'll keep succeeding. We'll keep winning. We'll keep shining the light of a better tomorrow, and that light will be coming from the West, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. Let's go free.